Okay. And we should be good to go. And while I'm at it, I might as well... It's going into the... It's going into the storage drive anyway. It doesn't actually matter. That's fine. Alright, let's see how we can do streaming and recording from the same platform. I have no idea how well this is gonna go, but we're frickin' rolling with it. Alright. Let's start with the Kaiba one. Let me switch these two windows, actually. There we go, now chat's right in front of me. Unlock. You. Select multiple. Actually, I might want to turn the down just a tad. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's a little better. No, I should give me my options. Selected, thank you. Back to being locked. I feel like I want these fingers to be a little bigger. I like that a little better. I really should do this more, I feel like. Wait, did it just shoot up to 2 for like half a second? Was someone here for like a second and then they just disappeared? It could have been a bug, I don't know. Zoom it out, see how it looks. The bigger fingers were definitely very necessary. Honestly, they still might be a little bit too small. Get my reference up. Yeah, the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh's art style is that it's so lanky and long in specific things. I guess that's fine for what they were doing, but I don't want to go... If I'm going to go off model, this is where I'm going to do it, right? So I might as well. I should probably experiment a bit. Maybe I set those fingers aside and then do other fingers that are more accurate to what I'm looking at. No, this, yes. Alright. Just set these down here. Honestly, definitely my biggest concern is... Oh, I do have 2 views. So someone did pop in for like 10 seconds and then just dipped. That's funny. All right. So, thing is with this, Kaiba's fingers are so freaking like skinny and long. They also overlap a lot. They don't have any separation. Down to there, and then and he has a tiny bit of space like at the top up here. It's not much higher, it's just a lot further out. Also, this finger for him is broken. Like, it does not look right. So I'm gonna try to keep it more or less correct. It looks very off-model for my drawing style, but that's definitely more the kind of, like, the shape of the hand he has. 'Cause, like, yeah, that's... yeah. It's definitely closer. Ugh, I don't like how that looks. Also, the entire hand needs to be made bigger, because I do need to separate out the index finger and push the thumb out a little more. The problem is with Kaiba, oh dear. With Kaiba, the thumb's actually cut off. It's not even in frame. So I don't have that as a reference, but I guess that's fine-ish. Cut off here, go back. Tilt something like that, yeah, there we go. And we definitely need to make the thumb bigger. All right, done. And deselect. Really hoping people actually show up to this, because people showed up to the what's it called, the Christmas and Chill stream when I had a massively smaller audience. You know what? I don't like... I prefer having bent fingers, but I don't think that works here. So we're just gonna make it straight and have it bent like that. That looks so much better already. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Maybe we add a little bit of meat to it. Okay, there we go. The creative process at work. Oops. Says someone else is in chat. Well, I say in chat. I am not vibing this song. Alright, here we go. And clean this up. Too much. The thing that's gonna be kind of awkward and sad is like if people pop in, see that like I'm not talking, and then they just like he doesn't want to be disturbed, and then they just don't say anything in chat, and I'm just like, I'm not saying anything in chat because there's no one to talk to. Or I'm not saying anything in general because there's no one in chat to talk to, there's no one to hear it. So it's just like, maybe just don't. Maybe it's for the best that there's no one here, because that gives me the ability to just chill. Because I am like a little unnecessarily anxious. It's been so stinking long since I've gone live. Alright, I think we're at the point where we can start polishing this up and getting going. Alright. So opacity down, lock it, and top layer. Start with you. Nah. I do kind of want to flesh out this thumb a little bit. No pun intended. Oh, I actually do need this line to continue. By like making it a little bit rounder at the end. Yeah, that's fine. It's the guy from Super Smash Bros. Final. What's up, Fargon? I say Fargon like I don't know your Aram. But shh, no one else has to know that. How are things with the boys going? The fuck? Sorry, me buzzing was getting a Discord DM. No one else has really popped in. Sad thing is, I don't think anyone remembers that well, other than the people in it, I doubt anyone in my actual audience, like anyone in my subscriber base, remembers the fact that I did Smash content. I think these are wrinkles. It's a little hard to tell when all the rastering is really crunchy. I'm also a little concerned by the fact that, like, granted, you're the only person that's been in chat thus far, but because no one has said anything in chat, no one has commented on whether or not anything's right or wrong. And so it's like, by all accounts, everything should be fine, but I don't technically know that the stream is working fine. I could log on to a separate account, and I'd have to, like, mute the mic. Actually, I can do that. Hang on, because the... Can I do that? I don't think there's enough of a delay for me to know if I don't... Ah, screw it. I can freaking... That's fine. Hold on. Let me just... Am I coming through on the... Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, got it. Yeah, we're good. All right. Well, that's reassuring. Ah, crap, I'm on eraser. All right. Actually, we can leave that. That's fine. Upon reflection, I kind of can't wait for someone to show up in chat and be like, Smash Bros? Freaking Lone Wolf doesn't play Smash Bros. He's never made a Smash Bros video. I can't wait for people to make comments about, like, what are you talking about? The guy from Smash Bros. Oh dear. Please stop. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, I might as well get on this. Zoom this in. Oh dear. That was an accident. Also, this needs to be touching more. There we go. That's not aligned. Well, what was this that someone just sent me? What? No, wait. What? Okay. Wonk, but sure. Oh, excuse me. I just had a message from Discord going, "No, you," and I'm like, "No, me what? Like, what is the context to this?" And then I read it, and it still didn't make sense. No, too blocky. That was a concerning, like, clickety-clackety noise. I don't know where that came from. I'm, like, actively like... It's a weird little thing, and it's stuff that you don't think about until you're here. But I'm like really actively paying attention to my breathing because of the type of mic that I have. It picks up every little sniffle, every little anything. And I'm just like, no. Remember Chocolate Rain by Tay Zunday? Where every single time that, like, he needed to take a breath between lines, he would, like, snap away from the mic. Where do now? Yeah, screw it. Okay, I need to get comfortable with my range of motion, because also this is just an unfortunate situation of birth circumstance and intentional setup. My mic is directly over top of the arm I'm drawing with, and so I'm very... Also, my puff guard is very precarious, and so I'm just like, I'm very worried that I'm gonna end up bumping this thing if I have to make a sweeping motion. It's not super easy to, but I am just like, it's just enough that I get nervous, and I'm like, I'm gonna mess up this line now because I'm gonna freaking knock the puff guard off of my mic. I don't like how this hair was actually done. I'm gonna combine these two. I don't want the two separate pieces. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Nah, I'll zoom this out. People keep popping in and out for like a second. Because I have like an analytics chart next to me to show like concurrent viewers and all that good junk. And so it's like I keep seeing spikes in the graph. Well, they'll pop in, but they will stay for like a singular minute or less than a minute and then just disappear. So I'm just like, doesn't it kind of defeat the... What's the point of doing like a chatting, like tuning into a chatting stream and then not saying anything? What is the point of that? I feel like I want the... Nah, it's fine. Just extend it. And just change the angle a little bit. Yeah, a little bit off. Again, anytime I'm now realizing I have a little tick, or anytime that I go upwards, like up and to the left, I'm hesitating because I'm scared I'm gonna hit the... Yo, what's up, Daniel? No. Although it kind of sounds like it. So the music is actually Stream Beats. It's the EDM playlist by Harris Heller. It's all copyright free. So sorry not to make good on my promise that I said in the community post of like, hey guys, come watch me fumble what music that I can play, so I, you know, and see me get copyright claimed into outer space in real life or in real time. And that's not actually, sadly, not happening. I was tempted to go through because there's like 5 or 6 different playlists. There's a hip hop playlist, there's the EDM playlist, there's a drum and bass playlist that I liked. There's a lo-fi playlist that I was tempted to put on. But I thought it'd be maybe just a tiny bit boring. Especially if I'm opening with actual dubstep from MDK. I'm just like, I feel like it's a little bit too rough of a transition. I might go to lo-fi later though. But I just stuck with the EDM playlist and just kind of picked a song that I liked to start with that I thought would be good enough. Yeah. But how goes it, man? Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. I'm just gonna make this line perfectly straight. Oh no. To be fair, a lot of crap has been going around. Like a lot of different kinds too. Like it's been a rough like flu season in general. And with everyone it seems like it's a different thing too. Like some of it is just flu stuff, some of it is like a different version of Rona, other stuff is just a cold. So it's kind of hard to be like, this is the thing that's going around. It's like, no, there's a bunch of stuff going around. Gotcha. I'm pretty sure I only ever got Rona one time. And I think we're... Dude, I don't know what you're allowed to frickin' say on here anymore. I want to say that I think it's fine to say COVID or coronavirus and not frickin' incite some weird moderation stupid thing. But I'm pretty sure all I ever got was Omicron, because it was just a... They call me the Fort. I think I only ever got it once. I only ever got, what's it called? Omicron. I only got the most contagious but like least impactful variant. So no Delta, no OG. Which is fine, but unfortunately, like, it still turns you into a public pariah and you still can't go outside. Yo, Wolf Bro, what's up, man? Good to see ya. OG sucked. Benny M fan. Hey, people are piling in. Sweet. Be kind of a waste of a chatting stream if it was literally just me sitting here talking to myself. I do that with a script normally. I'm an idiot. That was... That was the eraser. Just watching the this lovely reunion happening in chat right now. There we go, that's a little cleaner. Alright, go lower. Ah! Frick! I keep trying to pan around while I'm on... Don't mind me spitting on my tablet. I keep trying to pan around while I'm using the eraser, and I just delete everything on accident. So, Daniel's sick. How you doing, Wolf Bro? This flu season's been certainly a thing. Alright, I'm gonna zoom this back in. Stay under the pen, thank you. Also, Benny, I think it's funny that you say nice work when, like, this is it. I haven't gotten anywhere. But I appreciate it. I do kind of want to change the contour of the mask. Here is bothering me a little bit because it's not supposed to be concave like this. It should swing down and not be this flat through here, but I don't. Yeah, I can fix that. That's fine. True. Currently, I'm set. We're gonna skip this. Currently, how I have it set up is I have two drawings that are partially done, like the sketch is already done, and so I'm gonna finish those, and then I'm going to try doing one from scratch. And depending on where we are at time-wise, I've just beaten God of War Ragnarok, and so I might we might jump from doing this to actually playing a game and going and playing starting God of War Valhalla, because I want to beat Valhalla before we go into the review for it. That's better. At least as a zoom out, that's better. It's still... I think that's one of those things that's only going to bother me. I'll leave it. That's fine. But now I have to fix the beard again. And that one's still green! Oh wait, hold on, this is not supposed to... I think that is the gray that I'm supposed to be on. But it could be black. Yeah, no, that's fine, there we go. I don't know what the cat in the box is supposed to mean. But I love it. I miss having a cat, dude. I want another cat. Please don't do that. There we go. It simply exists. As do we all. So you just chilling in bed or what? I don't mean that question to be weird. I'm just like, you say you're sick. I'm assuming that you're just hanging out. Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm glad I can give you someone to chill with. And one thing I am torn about a lot, like more so than I should be, is a stylistic thing. So when I initially... That is not what I asked. I did not say that. Or did I? I don't remember anymore. Whatever. I'm literally too focused on what I'm doing to remember exactly what I said. So fair enough. Maybe I did. Don't mind me as I crawl into the box with the cat and pretend I'm not here. But the thing I'm torn about is when I made this character, like when I made my avatar initially, it was less realistically proportioned, and it became that way with time, where like the legs had actual volume and stuff. Initially the legs just disappeared under the coat, because the jacket would go down like a good ways past the waistline, and given the pose now, like, you know, I'm recoiling back, well, I'm not in it at the moment, but whatever, semantics. It's recoiling back, the jacket's getting pulled up, so you would see where the legs join. The thing that I'm torn about is the legs are supposed to get wider the further down they go. And so I'm really like, how do I want to do, like, do I want to keep it more realistically proportioned, or do I want to go more Newgrounds cartoon style, which was originally kind of what I wanted to do with the character, because it's a chore to go back and fix things, you know, and like redo emotes. Speaking of, if I ever get more people in here, I'll make an announcement speaking of emotes. Because I've been busy. I've been making some stuff. I might do one drawing with the legs tapering the way that I had them doing before, and then one without, and see how I like it. I am 99.9% certain I used this specific song in a video all the way back in year 1 in when I was doing Mass Effect Andromeda. I recognize this song. I'm really torn about this stupid leg thing. I'll trace for now, and then I'll go back and do another one if I really feel like it. Keep that a little better to find. That is connected, right? Oh, whoops. I just realized a consequence of my actions I did not intend. Shoot. So in jokingly making the mask green, I don't think there's a way to I'm pretty sure I can't just use the paint bucket to yeah, you can't use the fill tool to remove. There are other options for... No. Crap. I played myself. Dang it. I guess it's fine. I can just have the color... I can have the fill in for the mask be not on the color in layer. Again? Again, what? No, what I was... Sorry, what I'm rambling on about is the fact that when I made the mask green, I don't think there's a way to just automatically tap on the green fill and remove it in the same way that I added it. I'd have to actually go and erase it. But the lines around everything are also part of the same layer. So if I go and start erasing, then I have to be very, like, painstakingly meticulous to not erase the gray line around everything. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is just... that's just gonna be the color in for the mask. It's just gonna be on this layer instead of the normal layer. Whoops. I can. I'm just gonna have to normally, so there's a method to my madness. So, in terms of how yeah, I can. So watch this, I'm just gonna do it. There you go. Now it's the off-white color that the mask normally is. But how this usually goes is, I have the background layer that has my color swatches. I have the lowest drawing layer is, the sketch layer. And then I work from the top down, working from the foreground to the background, because everything's layered. It's like layers of paint, but you can choose what order you go in. And so I do the outlines first, then I go and duplicate the outline layer and use that to go and fill in colors. And then below that has it's the outer rim outline with the thick gray outline that has the white outer edge. This just means I'm going to have the color fill for the mask one layer higher than it should be, but I don't think it's going to cause me any issues, so we'll just roll with it. It just made me sit and think about for a minute if that's going to cause issues, and I guess it'll be fine. I don't know. Also, I need to get in the habit of using the pen to zoom, because I literally programmed it to allow me to do that, and I'm just not using it to do that, because this is just what I've gotten into the habit of doing, going and tapping and then zooming it in that way. I'm using the wrong color. There we go. Hello, Carlos. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. That's fine. This rate, it's not going to take terribly long for the chat to finally go off the top of the screen. That's nice. So, I feel like this is a dumb question. But so is it, I'm assuming it's Jean, not Jean, right? That's why I just went Carlos, because I'm just like, well, that's hard to mess up. They're gone. Wait a minute, what? I just glanced over at at the YouTube Studio thing I mentioned earlier. It says simultaneously in 2 different places I have 6 concurrent viewers and 4 concurrent viewers. Thank you, YouTube. Very cool. What? All right, whatever. Let's go 500. You know what's honestly the biggest relief thus far? Aside from the fact that the stream works and, like, you know, the music is playing, you're seeing what you're supposed to be seeing in terms of, like, the screen that's getting captured, my voice is going through perfectly fine. Like, even beyond everything, it's just like, okay, we get to the bare minimum, everything works the way that it's supposed to. The biggest relief thus far is that, at least as far as I'm aware, none of you are bots. Because, like, on Twitch, when I was streaming there, like, 80% of the time, granted, it's because I actually had 0 audience. I had no one that would come watch me, you know, except for once in a blue moon, someone would just actually find me, which that was incredibly rare. Like, I'm surprised that none of the usernames in chat say, like, subscribe for, you know, blanky blanky blank. And it's just like a scam bot account thing. A bunch of them were like, you know, go to this website to buy followers or whatever. There's a different cat now. I definitely have used this song before. He hath evolved. Is this gonna be like a I am gonna skip this because this just did whatever. Is it gonna be like a Snorlax thing? Where it's just like every generation he just sits up a tiny bit more until like in generation like 6 he's finally standing up. Is there eventually gonna be like a cat that like the same like white / calico cat's not gonna be in the box anymore? So like hear me out. So like, oh, we are way too zoomed in. Hold on. If the YouTube overlords would allow it, so it would be. I mean, that's not untrue, but I don't know what emojis are allowed because I don't make those. But like, so we have the initial one where like the cat's just in the box. And you can see a tiny bit out the back here, but just whoop, whoop to the little ears. And tiny little dot eyes that are just sitting there staring at you. So that's one. And then the next one, second one you sent, is now at a 45-degree angle ish. It's Nezuka. It's Nezcat. Now that's definitely an emote set that someone 110% has made and probably has made a lot of money on. So, and this one, for some reason, the box folds are actually bent. They're arched, so they're not straight. So they're more papery, which is a thing. And then I just realized I messed up the sides. I think the left side is the longer side, but whatever. And she, well, if it's Nezucat, then it's a she. But whatever. And the cat standing up. Give him a little, kind of like a little snowman body. And I can't see a tail, but I'm gonna assume there's like a tiny little tail like that. And gets ears. And the eyes are actually not as, they're not as like dot eyes. It almost seems like they're kind of like sideways. And we make that way smaller. Connect the ears to his head and little calico shading. Okay, so that's evolution 2. And so 3. Hear me out, I have an idea. We keep the box at the 45-degree angle. But now box is upside down. And our kitty boy, let's draw a little snowman. Actually, the eyes change every time. So, maybe he was just blinking in the middle evolution. I definitely think we should give him the like cat face though. I also just realized that the shape of what I'm doing right now is going to turn into the teddy bear from Danganronpa. If I drew a big outy belly button, it would just turn into the villain from Danganronpa. And say it goes to maybe little happy triangle eyes. Those is a little bit off center. In the wrong direction. He's looking a little more to the left than the right. There we go. And we give him little pause. And we'll say he gets an extra like mark for the calico stuff, so now his the end of his tail is also has a little patch on it. Maybe the paws too, those are really common to have a color on. There we go. YouTube, you know what to do. Make it happen. Our boy deserves what he's earned. This is a fun time. I'm glad I'm doing this. Anyway, back to work. I believe all the line work save for the necklace is done. So that's what I'm saying. And then if we gave him the mega evolved form would just be a lion. Or just some other like big cat, probably. Well, no, lion wouldn't have at all the right coloration. Probably be something like a cougar or a jaguar or something. Mountain lion, I don't know. Turn him into a lynx. Make him really poofy. but I don't know how to incorporate the box. I don't want to get rid of the box entirely. There's a bit of me that's just like, what if we make it just a giant, like a big cat, but now it's wearing the box on its head? Next up is the cat and the box become one like slow. That's what I thought. It's just like, well, maybe the box is too big from the wear on the tail. I say that freaking the shell on the back of a Slowbro looks nothing like a freaking cloister, but that's what it is. So I just maybe we can get away with it. Maybe it's just a different box. Maybe he leaves the box that he starts in and he acquires a new box for the final evolution. Or it'd be like the mega of all form or something. Also, hey Sensei, what's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, I just literally have to do the necklace and that's it for that. So I just need the color. Sort of. So it's the avatar I use for the channel. And it was in the thumbnail for the video you're just in, but hold on. I think backing out will save, but let me just be safe. Yeah, so any given avatar now, including the stuff for the channel banner and everything, that all goes through Fresco now. I used to do it all by like doing it through what the frick? Doing it by hand and then doing it in Adobe Illustrator, but that was just such an absolute tedious chore. So I guess it is technically my OC, but at the same time it's me. So but this one specifically, I'm making for a thumbnail. Although I'm sure I'll find a use for it in videos at some point. What was I looking? Library, please. There we go. But it's kind of just a situation of I was already going to be drawing for hours at a time anyway, so I might as well just do it with you guys. Like if I'm going to be sitting here at my desk doing something kind of just chill anyway, I might as well stream it and get to, you know, spend time with the audience and like, you know, work on building the community and stuff. I can only interact with so many comments before it just kind of gets impersonal, you know? And even this is eventually going to be impersonal when I'm big enough. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, so like I was saying before, method of the madness. So now that all the line work is done, take everything, copy it. Sorry, just duplicate. Lock this one. And now, if I've done this correctly, the coloring process is extremely easy. It's so much faster than it used to be. Because now, I have all of these closed-in shapes, and I can just tap on the inside, and it automatically fills it with the color that I need. Which, that is so much better than needing to draw another shape underneath all of this that has the fill color you want. That's Oh my gosh, this is so much faster. Although it doesn't like to transition from the fill tool to the eyedropper tool, which is a bit of a nuisance for some reason, but whatever. I have not done that right. And that's how you know that something went wrong, was because it will autofill everything. That means that there is a pixel somewhere that's not touching. And so just gonna get rid of that so we don't see it. And now we go spelunking. What isn't touching? And there it is. Right here. Which, if I zoom back out from this point, I don't think any of us would have noticed that. Like, certainly not from, like, the full view. You can't tell. But 50x zoom, there it is. And I'm not going to bother filling it in on the top layer. There's no real reason to do that. I'm just going to boop. I said I'm gonna boop. You've been booped. Who? Cares? Hey, Erica. Wait a minute, Erica. Wait, were you the Erica? It's actually been a full year. Thanks. It's literally been a full year since this happened. Were you the Erica that commented saying you were subscriber number 1,000? Because I remember that distinctly. I just don't remember the full tag. I don't know either. I'd have to pull it up because there was a I made a community post about it when I got 1,000 with the comment from that Erica. I just don't know if it was you. But good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Frickin' please, thank you. You is welcome. You is be welcome. I will say this is the only jank thing that I don't like about this piece of software is the shapes. The shapes are like I mean, it's easier just to show because there's just no reason for it to be this way. So you tap shapes, a shape pops up, and it's this reed leaf thing. Hi, Erica's sister. I have no idea who you are, but yeah, hi. Nice, not technically meeting you, I think. But it's an Adobe piece of software, and so if I just tap the shapes, these are the shapes you get. Why? Like Illustrator, Photoshop, Premiere, it doesn't matter. You can get rectangle, circle, well, ellipse, but whatever, circle, triangle, star, whatever. What are these? Like, why in the world would you not? I don't know. Bruh, Erica is my mom. This is she's son. Her son. Well, sup, dude? The funny thing is, a similar thing happened the literal last live stream I did. Your name is Christian, or you are a Christian? Wait, frick, how do I get rid of this? Okay, let's just tap it away. Your name is Christian, okay. I mean, the two aren't mutually exclusive, I guess. Well, nice to meet you, Christian. Ow. Cool, alright. Good, that's going well. So what I'm drawing is a... obviously, the real star attraction, the 30% opacity, the real OC of this whole thing, the cat that conquered the box. We were talking earlier about how there's two different there's two different cat emoji, and I was just like, hold on, is there a third one that's gonna turn this into like a Snorlax from Pokemon scenario where like each different version is Snorlax slowly standing up more? And so we just ended up working it out. Cat the Box is more like Jack the Box. But to answer your actual question, I draw all of my avatar PNGs. And so this is one that's going to be going into a thumbnail. That's a riff on the Kaiba pose. The Exodia Obliterate Kaiba pose. Shoot. Deselect, please. Also, since there's a handful of new people, one thing to catch up to speed is, in terms of what we're doing here tonight, I have probably, well, now this one's almost done. I just have to do the shading. Well, the shading and the outline. We're almost done this one, though. I have probably around 2-3 hours of drawing that I wanted to get through, and then, once we're done that, I'm gonna... Why are you doing, like, / everything? It's not a... There's no prompt or command. What do you mean tonight? Oh, I guess to be fair, I don't know what your time zone is, so maybe it's not tonight for you. I don't know. But, case in point, gonna get through, like, 2-3 hours of drawing, which we're already an hour into. And then I'm going to swap over to... Oh, dang. Yeah, no, it's 8 p.m. for me right now. So, good morning. Yeah, the stream start time was 7 p.m. So no accounting for that. Australian spotted. Australian acquired. But now I'm going to also reduce the opacity for this. Hey, yo. Dang, you guys are all over the place. Holy crap. Also, thanks for tuning in at 2 in the morning. Holy crap. Things I would not have asked of you. Yeah, move that down. Give me this. Well, then I was definitely right not to, like, immediately grab the the lo-fi playlist and put you guys to sleep. 3 in the morning of your morning torture. Oi, who you calling torture? You don't have to watch, you know. You're a Subway. Wait, you're not. Wait, hold on. Wait. You're gonna subscribe. I'm confused. Are you not already? Well, maybe your mom is. Like, maybe the Erica account is. But, like, if you're not subscribed, how the frick did you find me? Like, for a chatting live stream of all things. Unless you came here from, like, the short I posted today, which... Sup, I guess. Anyway, what am I doing? Oh, right, shading. Zoom that way more in. Oh, you're gonna turn on notifications. Got it. What the? Okay, well that's cool. All right. I am no Rubber Ross or Jaden, but I'm glad to have you here. He forgore to ring the bell. Yeah, because this is a it is good. I don't know what brought that up, but true, I guess. But no, I am a gaming channel. But I make all of my own art assets for said channel. So I figured, hey, if I'm gonna be doing stuff that's just, you know, me sitting and doing things for, you know, an extended period of time anyway, I might as well live stream it. Very mature. I'm gonna say night, because what games do I plan on streaming? So in general, I don't tend to stream games. I'm not a streamer, I'm a YouTuber who just happens to stream. Although tonight, probably what I'm gonna end up doing, and see if I can, because I've never tried this before, is I'm going to see if I can split the load by streaming a console game. And so I'm currently working on reviewing God of War Ragnarok since Valhalla just dropped. And I just beat Ragnarok yesterday, so I'm gonna jump into Valhalla and see about streaming Valhalla for a little bit tonight, once I get done this stuff. I'm not planning to play Fortnite. I played Fortnite a little bit in college, like a very little bit. But in terms of like any sort of battle royale, I pretty much just played Apex for the most part. Oh, that's not true. I did actually play a lot of PUBG, like early PUBG. The last time that I played Apex was like not terribly long after Ash came out. Like it's been a hot minute too. Yeah, and then Crafton went to make Callisto Protocol instead. Not actually. That's not technically how that worked. That was striking distance. I've not played the rest of Callisto Protocol, like the I guess it's DLC, technically, that came out for it. The stuff that, like, finishes the story, so to speak. Thank you. this is very much not something, well, I did draw it from scratch, but this is one of two things that I had pre-sketched because I didn't know how much I was going to get through. So I did some stuff early. But I was an arts major in college. So, you know, hopefully that's going somewhere. Because God knows no one's hiring me for it. Cries in debt. You know what, actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm going to just make that so I can't see it. I'm gonna bring this back. Really? All right, give me this. Thank you. So have to be very careful going too slow, because if you go really slow, it is a very useful function, but it causes some issues. I'll have to go back and just clean that up. Where if you start going really, really slowly, it will actually automatically like snap and make it so the line is straight. That's not doing it now. That's interesting. There we go. See? Now it snaps and makes it a straight line if you're using a vector brush. Which is super, super useful if I'm struggling to draw said straight line, but if I just need to go really slowly because I just need to make sure I don't screw up an arc, then it causes some issues. But I'm more glad that it's there than not. It's just something, yeah. It's there and it annoys me sometimes, so I'm talking about it on the internet. Shocker. Sensei, to go back to what you were talking about before in terms of like what games do I stream, I'm planning on doing more streaming in general, and there are games that I've reviewed that are short enough that it's like I could beat the entire game in one stream, and I'm really tempted to start doing that. But things are about to get funky on the channel as well, because I'm gonna have to go and I've been doing this full-ish time for a couple of months, and things got financially rough, so I'm gonna have to go back and try to hunt down another 9 to 5, and that means I'm gonna lose a bunch of time that I have to work on this stuff. So favorite drink and big mode playthrough. Favorite drink, you talking alcoholic or non-alcoholic? Also, big mode playthrough. I've thought about it. I just saw Donkey's video last night, and it's like there's, you know, the 496 Game Jam games, and I'm like, if I can figure out a way to set that up, like, I should probably just make a video on it, but here's the thing. I would feel so bad. I'd feel so wrong for going through and like making an is it actually good kind of content, like my my review stuff for Game Jam games, because no, of course, like almost none of them are going to be good by like the standards I put stuff through. It's not fair. It's like Game Jams, you make a game in usually like 2-3 days. Non-alcoholic. I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna go Arizona raspberry iced tea. I think that's reasonable. Different content style entirely. I have thought about also doing a stream. Yeah, I don't know what I would do, because I do essays and I do reviews, and doing just a straight like kind of comedy let's play thing is not... I'm not gonna say it's not what my channel does anymore. I used to. I would have fun, but I really can't afford to put time into something that I don't see going anywhere for me. Which is not... That's just an unfortunate reality kind of situation. Someone was being very, very kind in the comments recently, being very supportive. basically saying like, hey, if you have a video that you really like, you know, you should, you know, make it as long as it needs to be, you know, try to condense videos down, but like make the other, for productivity reasons, but make other videos that you really appreciate, you know, a lot longer, and it'll be worth it. And I'm just like, listen, I really appreciate what you're saying, and I really hate to say this because I know you're being very supportive, but at the same time, my last year of experience has taught me, no, it is absolutely not worth it. It is not worth it to put all that time and effort into something that you get invested in and passionate about, and then it either gets dumpstered or no one watches it, which honestly, it's almost worse if no one watches it. Message retracted. Hey, Trent. Have I heard about the Indiana Jones game? That sounds familiar. So maybe. It's been a hot minute. I mean, it's not, as far as I'm aware of, like, no one's talking about it. I could just be wrong about that, but it doesn't seem like it's a very relevant game. At least God of War is both a reasonably big game, and it had a big content release at the Game Awards that's only a month old, which I say only a month old. A month old is still old relative to like doing reactionary content. Like I got on the MatPat stuff, you know, I say I got on it like that was like, oh, I'm trying to milk it for content, but like there's a reason why that video got almost no views, and it's because that, you know, I was a week in, and everyone already talked about it. So I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of focused on my new focus for this year, because I recognize I'm about to lose a lot of time again, and I'm not going to have all the time in the world to put toward this that I want to again, is what I'm going to call tactical releases. The content you're doing right now is a big life change. My big sis does that too, and she became an artist. There's stuff to unpack with that a bit. Because I've been doing YouTube in some way, shape, or form for 3 years. So, I mean, obviously hoping it takes off. But anyway, getting back to what you were on about, Trent. I already had other reviews kind of locked and loaded, like games that are already beaten. In December, I was planning on doing a review for both... Oh, no worries, man. Don't worry about it. It's fine, Christian. I had beaten both the new, what's it called? The new RoboCop game and the Super Mario RPG remake. Let me zoom this out so I can see where I need to be. And so it's like I could script both of those and go into either one. But I didn't because, well, December went very, very poorly for the channel in general. And more to the point, I thought that it was going to be a little bit late to talk about those games, but they are kind of just laying in wait on, like, if I need content to come out, I can just make those. If I'm going to make content that I don't think is going to be big or significant, I can just do that. However, what I'm more focused on for this year is what I'm calling tactical releases, where I'm very intentionally going to release a video directly around a time that topic becomes relevant again. No, I'm not playing Roblox. But say for example with the, what's it called, the Baldur's Gate 3 review I did. Yes, that review went very poorly and people hated what I had to say, but even though it literally got dislike bombed to the point where it stopped getting views because of the fact that I released it at such a time that it was relevant, because it just won Game of, it was about to win Game of the Year, and then it did win Game of the Year. What that did was it still got a ton of traffic, even though it was technically speaking such a bad video that it stopped getting views. If I can replicate that and keep that up, keep doing that same kind of thing, that will be much more valuable to me. Especially like, so say for example, one big idea that I have a big video for a game called The Forest, if any of you guys know what that is. Because Sons of the Forest, even though it came out on, what's it called? It came out on early access last year around this time. It is coming out of early access after a year. And it's officially like formally launching, and the end game is like the final version of the game is going to be different than what people played in early access. Or at least that's what we're told. And so I'm going to make this big video about the original game, the first game, that's going to come out on the launch day of The Forest 2, Sons of the Forest. And so since The Forest is going to be relevant again, I'm expecting that video is going to do a lot better. Yeah. And so like is the story different for the release? I don't know, but to be fair, I also stay blind as much as possible for games that I'm planning on reviewing in some capacity, because I'm trying to keep my bias out of it until I play it. So I don't actually know what the story of Sons of the Forest 2 is. I know the story for The Forest, not the second one. All right, I think we're good for shading. Give me this, please. Thank you. But in terms of stuff I know I'm going to be doing, Final Fantasy VII Remake has been the gift that keeps on giving for me. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Despite the fact that that video came out 2 years ago, the Is It Actually Good for, what's it called? I love Sons of the Forest. I'm surprised it got worked on for so long. I thought it died years ago. There are a bunch of games like that come out of development hell. I think the current like biggest story of that exact ilk is Hollow Knight Silksong, where it's just like, is it gonna come out? Is it a myth? Who knows? Hopefully it's a thing. And if it, like, I'm locked and loaded for that too, because I've beaten Hollow Knight, and so I'm very on board. Like, if they ever say, like, okay, this is the exact release date, Team Cherry say that it's a release date in 2024. We don't know what that release date is. It's just one of those unknown ones. But if it comes out, if Hollow Knight Silksong is a thing and it comes out, the goal, as with what I was saying earlier in terms of the content strategy, is I am going to want to make my review, well, beat Hollow Knight again and record the whole thing. Can you please give me the select multiple option? Thank you. I don't actually have to do, whatever, let's just lock these and then I'll draw under it and it's fine. I'm talking, not drawing, and so I'm not, no, stop, cease, end, none of that. But where was I at? Anyways, the idea would be to go and beat Hollow Knight, make the review, and then launch the Hollow Knight review on the day that Silksong launches. And that'd be very similar to what I did back with Sonic when Sonic Frontiers came out a couple years ago. I released a at the time, like, my big essay on Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, called My Favorite Bad Game. And that video, especially for the time, did incredibly well. And it did incredibly well because Sonic was relevant. People were online, people were talking about Sonic because I released it directly around the time that Sonic Frontiers came out. And so if I focus exclusively on making those videos have an impact, those videos that are launching on the same day that that topic becomes relevant, it'll do way better for the channel. And so that's much more my focus. Last year I was focused on uploading consistently. I was focused on like, okay, I need to make sure that I am uploading, you know, something every single week. And that, I'm not gonna say like, oh, that just didn't go well. Number one, it was kind of unsustainable with like me having another job and stuff. It didn't go super well. Even if it didn't go really poorly either. Like it wasn't as much of a success or as doable as I'd hoped. But also most of those videos didn't do anything. And so if my focus on this is like, hey, I want to grow this channel because I want to be a YouTuber for a living, then it's like, well, I need to start making smart business decisions rather than just being like, I'll just grind, and the harder I work, it'll just work. It's like, that's not how any of this works. Hard work only takes you so far. You need to like work hard and work smart, not just harder. There we go. So topic relevance is definitely something that I'm paying a lot more attention to. Although I will say since I mentioned the MatPat thing, that was not specifically a topic relevance thing. That was something where it's just like, hey, I need to talk about this. I need to say my piece. This is not going the way that I want it to, frick. I think I need to go from the bottom up and then it'll be more what I want it to be. Also, stop talking and just look at what I'm doing. That would probably also be helpful. This is killing me. You don't have to let me know that you're leaving. It's fine. Sorry, I'm just now looking back up because I'm focused and failing. Hollow Knight is great music. Agreed. Hollow Knight has amazing music. As a matter of fact, Hollow Knight ruined my music for a little bit, which is kind of a weird thing to say when I'm talking about how good the music is. But the music is good, so I used it for a D&D campaign I was running, and my on repeat for that year is terrible because my on repeat is all of the Hollow Knight music that I used. Like literally like a fifth of that on repeat playlist is just all of the music from Hollow Knight that I used for the D&D campaign. There we go, that's better. There's a game where you hunt Bigfoot which released around 5 years ago. Then it got a huge update and everyone was playing it. It didn't even look like the same game anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think I know exactly what you're talking about because Markiplier, Wade, and Bob all played that game, didn't they? Like, am I thinking of the right Bigfoot hunting game? Because there's obviously more than one, but yeah, that's what I thought. I'll start on the other side and I'll meet down there. What's my goal for 2024? In what regard? What kind of goal are you looking for? You talking about like subscribers? You talking about like number of videos uploaded? Number of games I want to cover? Subscribers and views. So here's the thing about that. I don't think about that anymore. Because here's the reality check. I am not in control of you guys. That's very simple. I do not control whether or not you guys in the audience value what I upload enough to say, hey, I want to stick around, I want to keep watching what that guy does. I can try to metagame things. But in terms of YouTube, I came into YouTube with the entrepreneur mindset of like, I have this thing I want to make because no one else is making that thing. Not, hey, I'm going to just make what gets views. And that's that's why I really haven't, like, that's why I can just be like that. Yeah, I haven't blown up. And it's a struggle bus getting bigger because I'm not doing explicitly just what gets you bigger. Because if you want to go and make YouTube your job and you just want to say, I just want to be, you know, successful on YouTube, but you don't care what you're doing, you can just do that. And Ludwig has shown this multiple times. Mr. Beast agrees with him. It's like YouTube is a skill game until it's not. It's a skill-oriented thing unless you're not doing metagaming stuff that's going to guarantee that you get successful, and I'm not, so it is luck for me. So we go back to last year, right, to much more precisely and break off from the tangent I was just in and answering your question. Last year, the well was poisoned from the start for me in terms of me being satisfied with the channel and with growth, because at the end of 2022, at the end of year 2, this channel popped off. Went from, you know, 170 subscribers to 460 in the span of a month. It was wild growth at the time. Proportionately at the time, you know, in the grand scheme of things, 400 subscribers is nothing, but you get my point. Well, I then looked at Social Blade, which is a website that tracks your YouTube analytics, data API, all that good stuff. And it gives you projections on like, where does it think you're going to be in 5 years? Here's what I did not realize. I didn't realize that all of those statistics were based upon exclusively the growth that you've had in a very recent period. So what it was saying was that I was going to hit over 1,000 subscribers by like first half of the first week of March. Like as of Christmas, I was going to be hitting it in like 76 days from Christmas or something like that. In reality, I did not break over 1,000 subscribers until June. And so like I was super dejected because I had this expectation of like, this is the growth that should happen for the channel. And then I got met with a very harsh reality check on this is actually what is realistic, because I didn't understand how the YouTube ecosystem worked. I didn't understand how, I didn't understand the fact that, you know, views drop off severely when you go from the holiday season into the beginning of the new year, all that other good stuff. And so I had this big expectation of like, okay, I'm gonna have, you know, I had a 10 times increase from year 1 to year 2. I went from 46 subscribers to 460 subscribers. And so it's like, okay, if I keep the same proportion, that means I'm gonna end year 3 with 4,600 subscribers. I'm gonna be almost at 5,000. And so that was the expectation. And that, you know, the beginning of that getting monetized was gonna happen in March. Then I didn't get monetized until June, and I ended the year with not even 1,300 subs. And I lowered my expectations down in the middle of the year and was like, surely, you know, sure, fine, I'm not gonna reach 5K. That's not reasonable. But, you know, half that, you know, if we drop that down from 5,000 to, you know, 2,500, 3,000, you know, surely that's doable. No, it wasn't. Even though in my mind it's like I'm uploading a lot more, I'm uploading higher quality content, didn't matter, because it wasn't quote unquote higher quality. This is going to turn into a whole other thing that I'm not going to tangent off into. But in my mind, I was uploading higher quality content and more of it, and it didn't matter. So it has to do with the type of content, not just the fidelity of the content that you're uploading. And so all this to say, I focused on subscribers as a milestone all last year, and that really bit me hard. Because it's unhealthy to base your expectations and goals around something that you are not actively in control on. And so even if I take the Ludwig method and I do everything that he did in his video to prove that it's skill and not luck, technically speaking, it is still luck because you have other humans as an element. There's a human variable. And so he could have shown it in front of those 40,000 people on Mizkif's stream, and none of them could have clicked on anything. That is sort of true, Sensei. Because shorts went from being... Shorts are funky. Let me finish my point, though. Even if I did everything quote-unquote right, and I did it like the Mr. Beast way and the you know, Ludwig way or whatever, technically speaking, that's just improving my odds. And so I go from having, you know, a 0.05% chance that people subscribe to like a 70% chance. Yeah, but there's still a 30% window that it's like roll the dice, people don't do it. Even if it's a majority likelihood that it is going to happen, it's not guaranteed. And so it's unhealthy for me to go and base my goals, or just anyone. It's unhealthy for you to base your goals and your expectations on your life, what you define success to be, so on and so forth, if it's not oriented around something you have total control over. And so that's not the way I'm thinking of it anymore. If I were to give you a number and be like, I want to have this thing happen this year, I'd probably say what I said last year. I'd say like 5,000. Or I'd say not give a number and just say, I hope I pop off this year. Because if you look at Martin Cedo Pants, great example of this. He did a... also, this one's done now. Yay. Oh, hold on. I need to... you know what? I'll worry about exporting it later. I don't want to accidentally go through my frickin' Windows Explorer on stream. Most people forget that the ones who watch shorts are also most likely subbed. Not necessarily, actually. So, the supreme majority of people that view my content in general, but especially on shorts, are not subscribed. The amount of views I get from subscribers is less than 5%. Which, side note, very frustrating. It's like I have 1,300 subscribers, but, you know, my videos will still get, you know, under 200 views. I can't logistically say how that happens other than just no one's watching. But one of the things that I'm actively doing now, because generally speaking, people... This is a weird way of saying this. Generally speaking, people don't love shorts. At least the people that like long form content don't generally really love shorts. Even though most people will watch the shorts, it's not what they come to YouTube for. They end up doing it because it's popcorn and it's dopamine and it's really easy to just go and do it. But it's not necessarily what you came here for. And especially if you're someone that likes using your subscriptions feed, it becomes clutter. Because you're hoping to go through your subscriptions feed looking for, you know, the next video your favorite creator just made, not a short they just made, much less a short that is ripped from existing content, which is what a lot of people do, and including myself. And so something that, some advice that I have heard from other YouTubers that I have taken for now myself is I no longer publish my shorts to my subscribers. In general, because if you're subscribed and you care about my content, then you've already seen what's in the short, more than likely. Which again, I say that most people that are subscribed aren't even watching my content to begin with, but odds are, like, if you're a subscriber that actually cares about my stuff, you've already seen the content of the short. So there's no point in me rehashing it for people that have already seen it. That's just a chore for you. And so I untick the little box that says publish this to subscribers. That way now I'm using the shorts algorithm to my advantage and having it blasted out to people who have never seen my stuff before. It's actively being recommended more, if not exclusively, to people who have not subscribed to me before, to try and bring new people in. I just realized there's this gap here between the comment box and the new, what's it called, and the new layer box, and I don't know I don't know what's supposed to be there. Whatever. It may very well have always been empty during the time of this stream, but it was not literally always empty. There was something there in the software upon like previous times using the software. So I don't know why it's empty now, but it did not used to be that way. Once upon a time, it was not always empty. Unless you also use Fresco, and I'm having a weird little like Mandela effect thing, and you know for a fact that it never has ever had anything there, which is you know what, that's on me. What was that? Just heard something like pop in my mic for some reason. Whoa. Okay. Zoom back out, please. Thank you. What's my favorite review that I've made? Oh boy. Well, I'm legally I'm like for spiritual reasons not allowed to say Baldur's Gate 3, so I'm not gonna say Baldur's Gate 3. Favorite review I've made. I feel like I almost have to just give it to the favorite game I've reviewed, which at this point is Lies of P, if not Metroid Dread. But I would be lying if I didn't say probably Baldur's Gate. Like, that is definitely the video that at the time I had put the most amount of effort into. I pulled stuff that like were little quality of life improvements that I was going to implement this year, and I implemented them into that video because I wanted to make that video the best that it could be. And so like little things like having an animation for the menu transition between the different game design categories and that kind of thing. Intentionally putting a hook at the beginning to try and keep people and draw people more in. Stuff like that. And the rip and tear like rage moment at the end where I go off on like how much I hated my experience with the final boss was very, very fun to make, and I literally learned how to do new stuff. I mean, let me put it this way. I understand. Spoilers. That Kaiba pose we just made, that's going in the thumbnail of a video me talking about why the Baldur's Gate 3 review is also my biggest failure by like a ridiculous margin. Also, hold on. No, that's the okay. I'm sorry. I saw right here and thought this was a hair poof, a hair triangle. It's not. It's the necklace. So I need to go and have the mask go all the way around. But yeah, no, I completely understand why I got dumpstered for my review of Baldur's Gate 3. I completely get it. I'm not gonna just say everything that I'm gonna end up saying in that video here. But the fact is, I get it. I'm not gonna say I deserved the kind of hate that I got, but I'm not gonna say I didn't deserve hate. I understand why that happened. And truthfully, I fully believe that I could keep the same points in the script, but if I change how I say it and then how the video was marketed at the time, the expectation that people went into the video having, it would have done much better. It would not have caused the problems that it did. And so it's one of those things like, am I responsible for what people say about me? No. Am I responsible for how people, you know, treat other people online? Not technically, no. But I definitely could have mitigated that damage preventatively, and I had to make, I think it was like I had to make like 4 or 5 different like layered mistakes, and never once realized that any one of them was a mistake to not have fixed all of them. Truth be told, it was after all of the backlash happened that my mom actually told me, have I played any of the Yu-Gi-Oh games or just like the Exodia meme? I do play, well, I say do play, but I don't have money to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But I do love Yu-Gi-Oh! It definitely has been a passion of mine. I've really liked Yu-Gi-Oh! Unfortunately, what happened is something that has happened multiple times in my life, which is I get my friends into something, and then they get way more into that thing than I ever was, and then the thing kind of gets ruined for me, and I don't want to do it anymore. And that's what happened with Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they all got super competitive in it, and the more I got involved in the competitive scene, the more I hated it. And so it's like, yeah. But like I do love Yu-Gi-Oh! I've actually been going back. I stopped after a little bit, but I need to finish it. I actually was going back and rewatching all of 5Ds. Anyways, I kind of forget where I was before. Oh, right, but actually, my mom, of all people, was the one to kind of call me out on that video and be like, hey, you realize why this is happening, right? Like, because I had these impressions about the game you were talking about, and I have no horse in this race. I have no opinions on, you know, I don't play video games. I certainly don't play Baldur's Gate. And I came away thinking the same thing that these other people are saying. So the common denominator at that point is you. She didn't say it that brutally, but like, basically she was just like, it's on you. You know what this happened, right? And I had to resolve that. Because she was the first person to be like, hey, you fricked up, you made a mistake, and like still calling me out on stuff, but she would actually talk to me because she's my mom. She's not just there to like hurt me. So like I said, this is gonna turn into a whole video because there's a lot of things that like anyone that wants to be a YouTuber could learn from my mistakes so they don't have the same thing. What is my favorite deck or monster? Favorite monster is something that's a weird one that I recently, I'm not gonna say super recently, but like I have gone through where we were, I was talking with a friend of mine, where I think one of my friends, his favorite monster is Slushy. It's a totally useless card from no archetype. It's just a fun looking guy. And so I'd say probably my favorite monster, if I were just to go and be like, I like that one, it's like he's my friend. I'd probably say Wind Up Shark is I think the one I sat on. I like Wind Up Shark. He's just a good boy. I like him. Favorite deck? I'd have to narrow it a tiny bit because I have decks that I'm very sentimental with for different reasons. There's like decks that I started with, there are decks that I really like how they play, and there's decks that like I got best with and that I was competitive with for a time, and so it's like it brought me the most, it gave me the most value. So purely like 100% sentimentally, I'd say Six Samurai, because that was my first ever deck, and the evolution of that, where it's like I put them in the same box, is Shiranui. Because I randomly pulled a Shiranui Samurai out of a pack and was like, there's a new Samurai deck? And then, so I immediately looked into it and started buying cards. And as it turns out, it wasn't just, oh, this is another Samurai deck. It was the freaking Shaman King deck, which was awesome. Oh gosh, how did I miss that? Benny M fan, thank you for becoming my first support player. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Well, I mean, good a time as any, I guess. So guys, I mentioned something about emotes. I did not expect anyone to click on that until I said something. But in terms of me figuring out doing YouTube for a living and setting up other forms of like monetization and all that good junk, I have been I mentioned this in the last video I uploaded, but I started being very intent on setting up channel memberships and Patreon, and so I just finished setting up the channel memberships literally yesterday, actually. Goodness gracious, that happened fast. So if you would like, on the channel members anyway, as you see next to Benny M fan, there is a loyalty badge that will evolve and go up the tier list as you go. So you start as just the empty little tail swoosh, and then you'll become a D tier player, then a C tier player, B tier player, S tier, EX, so on. Although at the moment, the only tier you can join at and become a member at is just the basic support tier. It's $2. It's literally the cheapest that I could make it, and still like make a singular dollar per month. And it's just supporting the channel. You get the recognition badge next to your name, and you get the narrator. You get access to narrator icons to put as emotes in chat, and just like in the comments and stuff. So I'm limited on how many of those I can make. At the moment, I'm only allowed to make 4. So I think there's you have the narrator approving, sad, angry, and shocked, I think are the ones that are there. Patreon, I worked on for a little bit today, and it is almost done, but I'm planning on making a more public announcement in like a community post here soon. But thank you so much, Benny M fan. I really appreciate that. And I'm sorry I didn't notice when you did that. But yeah, so love Shiranui's, love Six Samurai. A deck that I have a very specific relationship with, though, is actually Raid Raptors. Because when I last played quote-unquote competitively, and this was kind of the final straw. This was definitely the thing that like killed competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, at least at the time for me. I basically made an anti-meta Raid Raptor deck, and it was a Ultimate Falcon Utopic Zexal deck. And so the idea ideally was that I get out Utopic Zexal on my turn, then activate it on your turn, and you just kind of can't do anything. But the in terms of and Ultimate Falcon is just a really obnoxious wall that certain decks just don't have an answer to. But any what's a who's it. It's the deck that I've probably played with the most in total. And so I'm kind of thinking I just say Raid Raptors if you were, you know, put a gun to my head and say, what's your deck? It's like, it's probably Raid Raptors. And I loved seeing, I think it was Shay Obsidian, I think is the character in Arc 5 that used Raid Raptors. I loved watching his duels. That was very fun. Also, I will say my most memorable duel ever, the one that like I still remember vividly, was an early Raid Raptor duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro. At the time it was the best Yu-Gi-Oh! App, but it was like a bootleg third-party like fan game thing that got pulled off of the App Store and doesn't exist anymore, I don't think. And then like Master Duel came out, and that was basically what Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro was. But it was a duel between my like battle-oriented Raid Raptor deck at the time and a Cyber Dragon deck. And this was the funniest thing, because so I got out Rise Falcon. I don't even use Rise Falcon anymore. But if you're not familiar, Rise Falcon has no attack basically. And its ability is that it can attack every single monster your opponent controls once each, and it can detach an Xyz material to look at a special summon monster on the field and then gain that monster's current attack. And so the idea is that you pop out Rise Falcon, which is 3 level 4 monsters. You have it look at the strongest monster your opponent controls, and then just say, I attack everything with, you know, your monster plus 100, and you just win battle phase that way. It has no protection, so you don't actually win battle phase most of the time. That's why it's like it costs 3 monsters, and it has no protection. It's one trick pony. It does one thing. It's not a good card. But it was all I could get out at the time. It was my last ditch. I had to clear his board or I was gonna die, and he had a freaking Cyber Dragon Infinity, and so I baited out his Infinity negate with a different building block piece, and that freed me up to go into whatever I had left, and what I had left was not good because it was freaking Rise Falcon. But I made Rise Falcon, and I'm like, all right, well, let's see what happens. And so I targeted his Infinity, which had, I don't know, I think it was probably close to 3,000. It was buffed up. And so my, Rise Falcon goes to like 3,100. I attack, there's an activation, and I go, oh no, I've lost the duel. The activation was Shrink. He had set the quick play spell Shrink. First of all, who uses Shrink? But he was using Shrink, and what Shrink does is it halves the original attack of the monster that's attacking. And so you're nerfing the monster's attack that's attacking and making it so they're going to be smaller than the thing they're trying to hit, so you're just going to blow up your own monster. Well, he activates Shrink, and then his Cyber Dragon Infinity dies. And I was over at a friend's house, and we both started freaking out, being like, what just happened? Yes. It didn't go down by 1,500. It went down by 50. And so it just blipped up 50 damage. Because instead of going from 3,100 to 1,550, my Rise Falcon only went down to 3,050. Because he basically had no freaking original attack, and the guy did not read his cards, and so I wiped his entire field and OTK'd him that turn. Or sorry, I think I brought him down to like almost OTKing him, and then literally the next turn he surrendered. He just left. Like he disconnected. We had that recording saved for a long time, but that was on like an old phone and we don't have it anymore. But I remember that day vividly. That was so funny. I haven't had something like that happen since, really. Although I think I'm not gonna say the same circumstance, but another funny thing that happened recently. Also, sorry Harrison if you're watching this, but I was over at a buddy's house, and he has a Blue Eyes deck, and one of my most recent decks that I just made is a Ninja deck, and the gimmick here is a little something I like to call historically accurate ninjas. And so the idea is that it is a ninja virus deck. I'll be honest with you, I know nothing about Duel Links. Like, I had it for a little bit, realized that it's like, oh, it's a different format entirely in terms of just like the game itself. I don't like how I did this shoe. Whatever. It's a different format entirely from how the game normally works. And I was just like, nah, and not for me. And so I just didn't really play it. So I don't know what the meta for that would be is. Funny thing is, a really close friend of mine, McFly, the guy who was in my first ever Smash video, his first deck that like he and we bought our first decks on the same day, I think. If not, it was like the same week. I got Six Samurai, he got Fire Kings. Fire Kings have come back around now like 10 years later to being the tier 0 best in like the competitive meta, and I'm like, what happened? Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for him. Unfortunately, that deck also costs you like Magic the Gathering money to make that strong, but we're gonna pretend it doesn't. But I made, yeah, so historically accurate ninjas, and so the gimmick here is that it uses the virus cards like Crush Card Virus, Deck Devastation, so on and so forth. Because that was kind of what made ninjas actually scary in real life, was like they were chemists, they were doctors, like I say doctors, like they understood how diseases worked on a fundamental level, and so they used poisons and stuff, and that's why you have all these like magical tales of them just being, you know, insta-kill assassins that only have to, you know, graze you with their weapons and you just die. It's because you get infected and they had no cures. So that's the idea. And I take it one step further and make it mean. And I don't just use the virus cards, I use Lair of Darkness as the field spell. Not the ninja one, I use Lair of Darkness instead. And Lair of Darkness says, all monsters on the field and in both graveyards are now dark attribute. And if you would activate a card effect that requires you to tribute a dark monster, you may instead tribute one dark monster your opponent controls instead. Okay, so he's playing his Blue Eyes deck, and he summons out Maiden, puts a couple traps down, and I'm just like, interesting. And I told him, I let him know in advance. I'm just like, hey, I drew into my gimmick, get ready. And he doesn't know exactly what the gimmick was. He just knows there's a gimmick. He knows that my deck is funky for some reason. He just doesn't know what the funk is at the moment. And so I play Lair of Darkness. I set a trap card. I normal summon a monster. And I say, I attack Maiden. And he just looks at me. And I'm like, I know what Maiden does. I know what I said. Summon Blue Eyes. And so he summons out Blue Eyes. Granted, he summoned one of the alt dragons with an effect, like a better effect. But he summoned out Blue Eyes. And I'm like, perfect. So passes on his turn. On draw phase, I say, On your draw, I activate my trap card. Full Force Virus. Or no, it wasn't. No, it was Grinning Grave Virus. Grinning Grave says, by tributing a monster with 2,500 or more attack, which his Blue Eyes has, destroy that many cards from your opponent's hand and or deck. Or sorry, hand and deck, I believe. So he destroyed all of the cards in his hand, because that was all that he had. And then he destroyed 5 monsters from his deck. Because it's 1 monster per every 500 attack the monster had. So it was 5 cards. And then every single time that you draw, I get to see what the card is, and if it's a monster, it automatically gets destroyed. So I just wiped all the monsters in his hand. I tribute away the only monster they had on the field that mattered at all. And he went and sacrificed all of his Blue Eyes out of his deck because he was going to try Diffusion into 5-headed dragon. And then he never drew into his fusion card, so he just lost all his Blue Eyes. And I'm just like, congratulations, you're also not allowed to draw into anything that can hit me for the next 3 turns. By which point, I had already set up a full board and it was just over. And it just also, Lair of Darkness on principle just breaks his deck because his entire deck is light attribute. And I just made everything in the graveyard dark attribute, so if you're looking for a light attribute dragon in the grave, it doesn't exist. I like Yu-Gi-Oh! What does Deep Eyes do? Well, shoot, now that you say it, I'm just gonna look it up. If a Blue Eyes dies to battle or card effect inflicts 6... See, that's... With a different name in your graveyard. So, thing is, he sent a bunch of the same monster, to be fair. Also, it would have... Especially summon this card from your hand. Also, the awkward thing is... It would have chained... But I believe it would have gotten destroyed. Is it? Oh, okay. So you can summon this card from your hand, and if you do summon it from your hand, inflict 600 damage to your opponent for each dragon type monster with a different name in your graveyard. Yeah. It definitely wouldn't have killed me. It would have dealt literally max 3,000 damage, but it wouldn't have dealt that much because also he sent multiple Blue Eyes White Dragon, and it goes by name. And so it probably would have only dealt like 1,800. I don't think it's going to miss timing. The awkward thing is it's not going to work on activation of the virus card because I tributed a monster. I didn't destroy it. And I'd have to fact check and see whether or not Grinning Grave says destroy or send. If it says send, then like the timing never even activates. It can't start because I didn't destroy anything. But if it does say destroy that monster or that card or whatever, there's that too. That would make sense. Burn cards, I imagine, are much more valuable in Duel Links than in regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's much more of a win condition. Let me search Grinning Grave real quick. Yeah, tribute a dark monster with 3,000 or less attack. Your opponent destroys one card of their choice in their hand or deck for every 500 attack that monster had in the field. Yeah. So no, it's destroyed. So he could potentially, in that circumstance, have burned me for up to 3,000 damage. He just, A, didn't have the card, and B, based on what he wanted to set up, because he wanted to either set up for Blue Eyes Ultimate or Five-Headed, he sent 3 of the same card name, which means that I'm only getting burned for one of those. Okay, that makes sense. I did not expect to be talking with someone in a different continent about Yu-Gi-Oh! Tonight. That was not where I went in expecting this to happen. Also, I should probably be focusing on, like, getting this done. Because I am not doing stuff. Where am I at in terms of line work? I've been thinking not about this at all. I need to do the shirt. I need to do the shoe. That was too much. D's game review. I don't, probably not, no. Although, actually, speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, I actually mentioned like two or three videos ago. I think it was in the video I made on, it was the 1,000 subscriber special, the day gaming became fun again. I opened that up with a little blurb being like, so we're just gonna pretend that I didn't just, you know, record over this video script with the Yu-Gi-Oh one. So I am actually planning on making a Yu-Gi-Oh video. I don't 100% know how I want it to be edited, so I don't know exactly how I'm going to make it. But I have the video title is How Konami Ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! Twice. And it's talking about how, like, atrociously imbalanced certain things were when they released. That it just demoed the game. So there is gonna be there's gonna be like Yu-Gi-Oh content on this channel, actually. That's gonna be a thing that happens. Wait, hang on. I need to... No, that's not my shirt. That's the inside of the jacket. My bad. Excuse me. Maybe show a tiny bit of the shirt, but I don't know how I would... Nah, I'm not gonna do that at all. Oh yeah, because that used to be hair. That's right. Okay. So in here will be black for the shirt. Okay. And then the last thing is the necklace. Oh, I'm so dumb. I can go back and fix that. I just realized I did the shirt the wrong color in the last one. Oopsel de oopsel. That's not untrue. Although more specifically, it's just English cards specifically are just ridiculously expensive. But then the rules for what, you know, what languages of cards you can use are kind of whack. So for example, at the time when I was playing more competitively, one of the cards that like I needed for competitive reasons was Psyframe Lord Omega. I needed it in Shiranui's to recycle stuff that had been banished, like recycle my zombie resurrections and that kind of stuff. At the time, that card was like $65 to $80 a pop, and so I only bought one of them. But then I got two more that were Japanese, because the ruling was if you have, as long as you have one English copy as a reference point, you can use other languages. Not true. There's actually a specific rule. It's you can use other languages that are not the like the competing language, in my case English, as long as they're not an OCG language. So if I bought one that was Italian or German or Spanish, fine, perfectly fine. But because I got one that is from an OCG region, even though I have the English card, I cannot use it in tournament. So I never use Shiranui's at a local. The dumbest ruling. So stupid. It makes no sense whatsoever, but that's how it works. So it's like, cool. Yeah, exactly. My library, cross. Also true. Because they'll short print it and then they'll release it like next format, you know, like 3 months later they'll release it in a new set or whatever. That's not at all uncommon. All right, line work is done. So dupe this. Lock it. Go here, move it down. What? Whoa! I did not mean to do that. I've never accidentally stacked layers like that before. Interesting. Oh, goody. All right. Block that again. Was it really? The funny thing is, though, the reason that Necroz was tier 0 wasn't even because of Necroz. And the reason that they were tier 0 is still banned. I actually want to build Necroz deck. Something that I'm doing is I'm making what I now know to be, and this makes me very happy, this warms my heart, called a Rivalry of Warlords box. Where what I'm actually doing, hey Andrew, what's up, man? What I'm now doing is I'm building a bunch of decks that are completely ignorant of any sort of ban list whatsoever, but they are all balanced roughly against each other. And so they'll all have different play styles, and they're all different archetypes. So if you like a given thing, you play that thing. And you don't have an unreasonable chance at winning, you know, depending on the deck you want to play. Like, it, yeah. And Necroz is currently one of those. But I have like 15 decks that are at least partially built, if not mostly built. And I kind of figured I might as well. Hey, Harrison. Hey, buddy. So first of all, you missed this. So, first of all, I am the Kaiba now. Just throwing that out there. Second of all, I got to, since we're all talking Yu-Gi-Oh, I got to tell everybody about the fun little interaction we got to have between your Blue Eyes and Grinning Grave Virus, was it? Yeah. You can talk smack when you're not a 4th-rate duelist with a 5th-rate deck. We really gotta build up your Blue Eyes, though. Because Blue Eyes is an awesome archetype. Where was I? Oh, right, filling in stuff so I can stay out here. So guys, some funny lore. Also, Harrison was my boss, so that was. Nah, yeah, I'd make a joke about that being cathartic, but he was a good boss, so I'm not gonna clown on him for that. This pose I call defeated. He lost his Exodia. He probably has more Exodia pieces than I do. Most of his cards are older. Although I did pull the quarter century rare Exodia from the 10. That made me happy. I did keep that one. Yo, I don't, dude, quarter century nib I bet is worth disgusting money. Brother, I don't even want to think about that. Also, I don't know why you say no Blue Eyes for no Blue Eyes for life when, like, I literally said Blue Eyes are cool. We need to make your Blue Eyes better. Dang, actually though, I never bought the packs. I just bought I bought 2 of the tins. It's okay, dude. Not a lot of people in this chat have had decent grammar. Although if I had to take a guess, some of them are very young, so I'm not going to hold that against them. Another guy that I played Smash with, I think it was the 3rd video I made, Tons. There was a thing that I did in high school that I got my friends in on. This is kind of how we all started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It was literally the first time Tons had ever bought packs ever. And it was this thing I came up with called $50 Duel. And the idea is that you go to Walmart, you go to Target, or you just go to whatever your your big department store near you is, and you buy $50 worth of cards. Doesn't the only rule is it can't be tins, because if it's tins, you know what you're getting out of the tins. But like, it could be power cubes, it could be oh, and no structure decks for the same reason. But like, yeah, you could get power cubes, you could get booster packs, you could choose whatever set you wanted, just as long as you're buying $50 worth of cards. We bought $50 worth of cards. We went to a Panera Bread to open everything. First pack, literally the first pack Tons opens, he looks at a card and goes, I can't even see what this is. What is this good? What is this? He turns it and shows it to me, McFly, and Jadex. And McFly and I are just like, no shot. Tons just pulled a ghost rare Utopia on his first pull, literally ever. Like, the first time he ever bought a pack, the first card he pulled was a ghost rare. And I'm like, I can't give you words on how much I hate you right now. Guy doesn't know what proper nouns and hyphens are. Hold on, I need to fix this. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Don't worry, Andrew, I saved you. Good thing you didn't include the white part or we would have been in real trouble. I don't have any mods yet. No, very much not a Karibo. To be fair, I don't know what set he would have... I don't know what sets have had Karibos in them. Oh, how the turntables have table turned. The turns that tabled. The table's meant specifically for turning. Turns tabled. That table? Missed a spot. I don't think it's unreasonable to make this the darker shade of skin. I see your game. All right, there we go. There's not much in the way of shading on this one. There probably should be. I mean, he needs to learn how to play the game first. I think that's a little bit of a prerequisite. I think the easiest thing I have that could teach him is Watts or Bujins. They're both just very simple, very slow decks. You know, not combo oriented in any way. How to immediately get Sensei Sock to subscribe and unsubscribe. Tell them that I admit to then playing Watson Boojins. You do? I don't know if I knew that. Well, I guess, I mean, if you make the fusion one, sure. That is still a little more combo oriented than I think would be reasonable to like start with. Sensei, what do you think in terms of recommending someone like a deck to learn how to play the game? If they haven't played in years and their knowledge is of older Yu-Gi-Oh. What are your thoughts on like recommendations for a deck? Oh, I do need this actually. Back in my day, we had fusions and Pot of Greed, and Blue Eyes Ultimate beats everything. You know, back in my day, frickin' Six Samurai and Wind-Ups beat everything. Six Samurai OTK'd everything, and Wind-Ups were out here committing war crimes with Wind-Up Hunter. Crimes for which they've still not been forgiven and never will be. Because that combo is not... I still think it's funny that, like, in normal play or on Master Duel, the combination of cards, like, you either get Hunter or you get Zen Mighty. You're not allowed to have both. In the real game, I think Hunter is unbanned, but Zen Mighty is banned. And in Master Duel, I believe it's the other way around. You have Zen Mighty, but you don't have Hunter. I lost my only tournament to a Mirror Force. I mean, I'm not saying Mirror Force is a bad card, because it isn't. At the same time, though, there are just much better versions of Mirror Force now. Some of which I have in Watts. That makes sense. Give me this back. I feel attacked. Why do you feel attacked? Did he lose to you? Was that the tournament? Oh, I just realized there's gonna be a minor issue with, No, I still run Mirror Force in all of my decks. Hey, Harrison, in case you don't know, go ahead and do me a quick favor and Google Drowning Mirror Force and see what it does. Hey, okay, Trent. I mean, you don't have to say goodbye for the year. Like, I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna do another live stream at some point. But, yeah, thanks for sticking around, Trent. Really appreciate you. Take care. Have a good night, man. Skip this song. Yeah, Harrison, Drowning Mirror Force is the one I run. There's like 5 different kinds of Mirror Force. And so many things can't be destroyed now. That's just like... Yeah. But, shocker. Drowning Mirror Force is in... Oh, wouldn't you know it? Watts. Because it's just... I flip all your monsters face down. I don't care about the walls. I'm attacking you for face with like 1,000 attack every single time. I just need you to not be able to play. Wicked Eraser. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Wicked Eraser. He does actually look pretty cool, to be fair. Fiend. Cannot be special summoned. This card cannot be normal or normal summoned or set, except by attributing 3 monsters. Oh, it's the same summoning mechanic as the God cards. That's weird. Okay. The attack and defense of this card are equal to the number of cards your opponent controls times 1,000. When this card is, it literally is a God card. Okay, interesting. It works exactly the same way that Slifer does, just for your opponent instead of you. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, destroy all cards on the field. During your main phase, you can destroy this card. I don't know why you would want to, but I guess they give you the option. Wicked Eraser is a very cool card. Wicked Eraser is cool. I like that. I don't know what my quote-unquote best singular card at the moment is. Like, period? I don't, Sorry, I have to choose a non-banned card. That's another thing I just thought about. Because I'm just like, Arch Nemesis Protos is definitely up to At's banned. In a deck, not banned. I'm gonna say probably... I mean, Crimson Dragon might technically be it. If not, I mean, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon is just really gross. Oh shoot, nope, not that way. You know, it just occurred to me, oh yeah, Sensei is, I think, I'd actually have to, hold on, I can scroll back up, I'm dumb. I'm wrong, I cannot, oh, I can scroll up, there we go. Yeah, Sensei was watching, and at the time it was 2 in the morning. It's entirely possible they are asleep. That is entirely reasonable that they're not here anymore. When am I gonna build a Synchron deck? I don't plan too. Synchron was never my thing, although I do love Synchrons, and they are really good, but they were always Jadex's thing. Because I've built plenty of Synchro decks, but not a Synchron deck. I would like to, probably what I would like to do is I would like to make an actually good version of Yusei's deck, like a combination Stardust, like, well, his is Stardust Junk. So maybe if I did Stardust Synchron instead. But I would like to make a better version of Yusei's deck if I did something like that. That would be nice. That'd be fun. Honestly, yeah, there's just no... There really isn't much in the way of shading for this. Well, I don't know what I would amp it with, though. I don't know what I would use to actually make the deck fast or decent. Oops. I am become competitive. Oops. You know what, I'm gonna say a bad feeling. It's not technically... This is a weird thing to, like, pseudo complain about. There's a bit of me that, I'm almost willing to bet I'm gonna get more subscribers out of this stream than I've gotten from any of the videos I've uploaded this month. Which, I mean, obviously, grateful for the subscribers, grateful for, you know, the support and all this other good stuff. Still frustrating about the videos, though. I'll subscribe twice. That doesn't help me. I appreciate it, but, like... I need subscribers that are actually going to watch my stuff, which almost none of my subscribers do. Like, out of the, you know, 1,300 and some odd, there's, like, probably 50 people that actually care. I know you're one of them, so I'm not saying anything about you. Just in general, that's just a thing. And I'm very acutely aware of that. And even then, some of the people I knew that, like, used to be in my comments all the time, like Grubler, actually, is one of them. Guy that I think I mentioned earlier, who was, like, my first ever dono on the channel. He was in the comments of every video. And then he just disappeared. And I haven't heard from him since. I was like, oh, alright, I don't even know if he's subscribed anymore. I left an excessively long comment on the MatPat video. I don't think you did. Well, I'm not saying you didn't leave the comment. I just don't think it was excessively long. If you want excessively long, there was a guy who got very, very impassioned about the combat in Final Fantasy VII Remake, who just commented today about my review, and I didn't bother, like, arguing with him because it's just like, oh dear, this take. Oh boy. This is a thing. But like, if your comment is like a paragraph, I'm not gonna say it's excessively long. When you're writing me, you know, like a small dissertation, then we'll say it's a little long. All right, pop this back in. Yeah, it looks good. I like that. Okay. Time for underline. Or outline, whatever. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Just need water. My library. Yeah, I saw the paragraph. So here's a little there was an option at one point where I had people vote on like, what would you like to see for the 1,000 subscriber special? And one of the options was, what's it like being a small YouTuber? Well, here's one of the things that is a reality of being one of the realities of being a small YouTuber is you don't get a lot of comments, but you see every comment. And so because you see every comment matters a lot more, including the negative ones. And so very often unless I just got a bunch of comments, like unless I just got a lot of engagement, I actually just won't respond to comments, like positive comments, for a little while. Like I usually just won't respond to positive comments for at least a few days after said comments were made on whatever video they were made on, because I see all of the comments that are recent on my channel dashboard, and if they're nice comments, then that means that the thing that I immediately see when I log in is not hate. And so that's one of those little like mental health management things, is I very intentionally do not reply to certain comments because I'm using them as a mental shield, basically, to in no uncertain terms block out the haters. Yeah. Come on, buddy. There we go. That's not quite big enough. Go down a little further, and then from here. Algorithm miracles. It's okay to get close to the fire. I won't let you burn. Sounds like an oddly supportive Warhammer 40k quote. Just in my head, I read that in like Korn's voice. Or wait, I forget which Marine had that voice thing from World of Warships. Nope. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this, and it's just literally like raw positivity. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Just a smiley face. I love it. Shoot, a little too much. I will say, I am very happy with how this stream has gone. This is kind of exactly what I wanted. I wanted it to be chill. I wanted people to just come hang out, talk, whatever. And nothing has gone, like, nothing's been broken. Like, the stream, everything is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Which I know is a low bar, but, like, at least it's, you know, it's doing what I want it to do. So this is nice. I'm enjoying this. I'll definitely do this more often. The only thing I'm not in love with, no offense to Harris Heller, is the stream beat stuff, because it's just like, you know what? I think I'm gonna switch playlists. Now that I say that, that's probably on me. I just need to switch playlist. But it's like I've been listening to so much like different music and stuff, and he just doesn't have a lot of music that I listen to, or anything that's like similar, I should say. So, which Zelda is best Zelda? Andrew, as a matter of fact, your answer is the only incorrect one. Have a nice night. That's hard. That's hard. Go back to Mario and Sonic where you belong. Yeah, but I love Twilight Princess. I have an enormous bias for Twilight Princess. I completely understand this because I am an edgelord and I like wolves. Because, you know, Lone Wolf EX. Shocker. Honest, like, if we're saying best Zelda, like actual best Zelda game, dude, this is one of those things where it's like, do I go by my grading scale, or do I go by like what I think is respectable or more respectable, I should say? Because a huge thing with Zelda games at this point, and just like a lot of games that are like franchises that have been going on for a long period of time now, is pedigree, right? Legacy. This is why people were so mad at me when I gave Metroid Prime Remastered a 7. And I was just like, these things which were also in the original game and were not changed in the remaster, because it's not a remake, it's a remaster, they just polished it. These things that were, you know, present in both versions of the game are problems, and they're bad, and I now realize as an adult that they're not good things. So, you know, here's this. And people lost it, because it's just like, how can you say, you know, this game's a 7 when it's, you know, it has all this legacy, it spawned all these other games, it paved the way for everything. It's like, yeah, it did. It was a pioneer. Most pioneers are not actually that good, because they were the first to ever do it. They're impressive, they're more impressive, but I'm not gonna say they're technically better games. And so I'm just like, if I had to pick one where I'm just like, you know what, I think that this is a really good Zelda game. I think it's aged incredibly well. And like, if I were to put it through my review criteria, it would probably do very, very well. I'm gonna say Wind Waker. A Link Between Worlds was also very good, but to be fair, A Link Between Worlds was just kind of a modern version of Link Between A Link to the Past. So it's like, if you were asking what my bias is, like if I were to say like name my favorite, it's probably Twilight Princess. But if I were to say what I think is probably the best Zelda game, it's gonna be probably Wind Waker, and like top 3 is Tears of the Kingdom. As much as people are clowning on that recently, like I put out a short it's literally just clipped from my like every game I reviewed in year 3 video, but it's like I finally just cut it. I just cut into it and just gave my rant about like how I can't deal with this just unapologetically awful opinion that the map is the same between Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. And likewise, it's just like, okay, if we're gonna concede that and say it's not, the problem isn't that they're, you know, the same, but that the map is empty. And it's like, okay, I agree with you, so long as we can also agree on the fact that Breath of the Wild was also empty. I can't. I'm not gonna try to. Granted, I think that it was very appropriately flamed when it first came out because the gimmick for the motion controls did not do wonders. And you only need to go back to see like the introduction in the Nintendo Direct where like Miyamoto was on stage with Iwata-san at the time. Just fumbling the motion control, like yeah. I think it's an incredibly important game. I don't think it's a great Zelda game. But that said, Skyward Sword HD. Now we're talking. Because they changed the controls. They gave you normal Zelda controls. And you can choose whether or not you want to use normal Zelda controls or if you want to use the, if you wanted to use, what's it called? The motion controls. Same exact thing that they did with frickin', with Prime. With Prime Remastered. Like, you got different options. And that was one of the biggest things I praised it for. Because as much as purists love, you know, the tank controls from Prime 1, like the OG actual, like, tank controls, I hated that crap, man. The controls in Prime 1 were so garbage. At least, I'll say that as my opinion anyway. And so I didn't rate it higher because, oh, they fixed the controls. I rated it higher because they gave you options for the controls. So if you wanted to play with the old tank controls, you can. But if you don't want to play with the old tank controls, you can play with modern twin-stick shooter controls. Or you can play with the motion controls found in Prime 3 or Prime Trilogy. And having those options is awesome. And so it's like having... Okay, now that's a huge jump. What's the best Dragon Ball season? Sorry, hold on. You're talking about Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z? Which Dragon Ball are we talking here? You mean Dragon Ball as a franchise or like Dragon Ball proper noun? Oh dearie. Ah! I didn't think it would actually do anything. Might be. Select all, please. Give me the thing. Okay, this is annoying. We're talking Dragon Ball Z? Cell Saga Team 4-star abridged version. Arguably my favorite anime, period. and for legal reasons, they can't say that they are a new dub, but they effectively are. Like, they went from being an abridged series, like just a lol, I'm so random actual abridged series, to an actual proper parody for season 2 on Namek, to being their own dub the moment that the androids got introduced. And so honestly, I just want to say season 3. I want to say Android Saga and Cell Saga, but if I have to pick one, then I'm going to give it to Cell, because Cell's just, their version of Cell is just an incredible character. It feels really bad, like, saying that arguably my favorite anime of all time is an abridged parody, but oh well. I'm not giving you that soundbite. I'm not putting that soundbite into the world. Good play though, good bait. You know that I quote freaking Team 4 Star religiously. Oh god, I really am starting to stream. I'm officially having close calls. Ugh. Oh no. Okay. So we are now done the 2 of them. And it is, what time is it? It's 10:15. I'm gonna try and focus and get a 3rd one done. It's gonna be a little bit easier because I want to do the wheezing Wojak, and so it's only going to be the it's only going to be top of it's only gonna be a torso up. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. That's Little Karibo. I understood that reference. All right, open that. And now we make something from scratch. Actually, the funny thing is, I believe it was Daniel in chat said, quoted freaking, oh god, best Sonic game. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna decline to offend the Sonic fans. I've already offended them enough. Again, objectively or like opinion? Because if we're talking fondest childhood memories, that's a different thing entirely. I think the Sonic Advance games for Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Advance SP are wildly underrated. I think people don't talk about those games enough. But like, those were the kinds of, those were the Sonic sprites used in like, why is this brown? Yeah, it's brown. Why is that brown? I don't even know. I'm starting a war, best Final Fantasy. I don't feel like that's much of a war unless you go into like a room of a bunch of like very specifics. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, Sonic Advance 2. I think I had Sonic Advance 3 actually. I'm pretty sure I had Sonic Advance 3. Sonic Advance 3 was the one you could have a partner. Yeah. Because I know Mario was the weird one where it was, there was a difference between Mario Advance blank and Super Mario blank. So I think Super Mario Brothers 3 was Mario Advance 2 or something like that. It was weird. Final Fantasy 3. I don't even know. I know nothing about Final Fantasy 3. I'm not even going to pretend like I know anything about Final Fantasy 3. I was gonna say, unless you're in a room full of a bunch of like very specifically Final Fantasy like connoisseur fans, you're not really gonna start a war because everyone's just gonna be like, Final Fantasy 7. Is there even another Final Fantasy? Like that's what's gonna end up happening unless you like know a ton of people that know exactly what we're on about. The DS remake was DS remake of Final Fantasy 3. finally on this gaming channel, we're talking about video games. Imagine how long that took. Imagine. You know what also had an amazing remake on DS that no one talks about? Mario 64. I'd argue Mario Kart DS is one of the two best ones. I have some strong Mario Kart opinions. I know what I'm about when it comes to Mario Kart. I don't know, maybe when you get a time machine and go back to when GoldenEye was first released on the N64. I don't think we're 007's not even a relevant property anymore. I don't think that that's ever happening. Oh dear, why? What is? Uh-oh. Okay. Why is this not locked? I thought I locked this, but I could just be dumb. That's also entirely 100% an option. Okay. I just realized I'm making this way too big for this canvas. Yeah, let's erase all of this. I'm gonna zoom this in way bigger so I just have the entire screen as canvas. There we go. Oh, okay, that's causing issues. Can I get away with this? Okay, that's fine. Oh gosh, no, stop. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I'm very set on Mario Kart, despite the ridiculous amount of Mario Kart 8 I have played. I'm gonna say that Mario Kart peaked with Double Dash and DS. I say this having played all but one Mario Kart game, I think. The one that I've played the least is, to be fair, another one that a lot of people really, really like, which is Wii. I barely played Mario Kart Wii. So there's, you know what, fair's fair. I will concede if Mario Kart Wii is incredible. I played it very little, so I'm not going to pretend like I have a super strong opinion on Wii. However, I have very strong opinions on Double Dash and DS, I'll tell you that right now. And the only reason I'm disappointed in 8 is because it doesn't have enough stuff taken out of enough stuff taken from DS and what's it, Double Dash, because Mario Kart 8 took the Smash Ultimate approach, where it's just, we are going to put a gazillion things in this. We're going to give fans everything they want. Like, there is no contest that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has the most content of any Mario Kart game. It's ridiculous. I don't think this is a super popular opinion. Wait, hold on. Are we talking Motorsport or Horizon? But finishing my point. Anyways, the problem with Mario Kart 8 is two things. One, they made drifting a totally skillless thing. They made it stupidly easy. And much worse is that they also they made it such that they drew a lot, like a lot on the Mario Kart game literally no one played, that no one cares about, Mario Kart Tour. Like they did way too many maps from their stupid mobile game, and I'm just like, no, please give me more Mario Kart DS and Mario Kart Double Dash maps. Everyone would want this. No one will complain about this. Do more of this, please. They did not. Instead, they gave Mario Kart Tour a map on every single DLC cup, if not two, and I'm just like, why would you do that? Why would you do a silly thing like that? Come on now. I had, you know what? I sort of agree with that. So here's what I'll say. In terms of base Horizon, just Horizon, I think Forza Horizon 4 was the best one. However, if we're counting the DLCs, Horizon 3 takes it, because Horizon 3's Hot Wheels DLC is still the best Hot Wheels game ever made, in my opinion, and I don't think it's been contested, like, at all. I even made a video talking about how I was disappointed in, like, a script anyway, on how I was disappointed with the Forza Horizon 5 DLC for Hot Wheels, even though clearly a ton of passion went into it, just how it got fumbled in certain ways that I really didn't like. There are actually just straight up like Hot Wheels games. Like there are just Hot Wheels games. But the thing is, and I understand this, I get why, because duh, they're toys, but every Hot Wheels game is about toys. It's all plastic. Horizon is the only time that someone had the balls to be like, I want to make a Hot Wheels thing set in the real world that you can have both Hot Wheels cars and real cars. And we're going to put a lot of effort into it, and it's going to have, you know, like simulator elements into it. And it's like, no, it's Hot Wheels, but we're actually going to take it seriously. And it was awesome. Like, as outlandish as that DLC was, it's still more grounded, because it's not like, you're not playing with children's toys, you're playing with actual cars. And that's awesome. And we need to do that more. In terms of the feel, yes, I agree. Well, hold on. I need to correct that. I don't. On impulse, I agreed with that, because that's kind of how I feel about it in terms of like how much I like it. But I don't think they're actually that similar. Because Need for Speed Most Wanted is it's a very specific vibe from a very specific era of car subculture, which we're just not in anymore, and that makes me sad, because I prefer that kind of like irreverent car culture over where we're at now, like irreverent kind of hip-hop car culture. But that being said, in terms of like the fun factor, in terms of I want a fun arcadey, so to speak, like driving game, I think Horizon nailed that. I think Horizon just demolished Need for Speed in general, like as a franchise, not Need for Speed Most Wanted specifically. But what Forza did was it took what Need for Speed like what Need for Speed did and perfected it in general, like as a franchise. True, minus the cop chases, yeah. I never did play the Most Wanted remake on Xbox 360. I don't know if it was any good. That said, dude, so much of my music taste was defined by that game, like actually. Disturbed, Cell Dweller, feeding back into like Linkin Park because of Fort Minor. I don't know what the relationship business-wise, like market share-wise, was between Need for Speed and Horizon, because Horizon it's much more arcadey than, you know, Motorsport, but relatively speaking, it's still very much it's more of a simulator game in terms of game mechanics than anything else. I think the fair point to say now is now they're just like Need for Speed doesn't even know what it wants to be anymore, because Need for Speed is trying to copy Horizon now. Recent Need for Speed games are trying to be more what's it called, more simulator-y and have more like realistic elements in that specific vein than they used to anyway. Like, it's not just arcadey where it's just like, I'm gonna go to the upgrade store and I'm just going to go and like, I'm just gonna move one tick to the right and it's going to just be a better version of what I have now, or it's just gonna give me longer boost or whatever. Like, I just realized I need to probably just start from this arm and then work my way over to the right instead of doing it the other way around. Excuse me. But yeah, like Need for Speed has become much less arcadey, and I think that they kind of forgot what lane they're supposed to be in, you know? They kind of forgot what their role here is. See, I was too young when the Underground games were first coming out and like big, that like even when I played them at other people's houses, it didn't really register. It wasn't until I was probably at your house and I was like almost a teenager where I think it was, I heard Green Day. I think it was whatever Tony Hawk game had, whichever Tony Hawk game had Holiday in it. I think it was American Wasteland, I think. Incorrect. Unleashed 2 is the correct answer. Well, sorry, one of like 3 correct answers. Because Fallen Order was also really good, and then you have, like, I don't think you can even be like, oh, KOTOR. It's like, no, you have to now argue which is the best KOTOR. Which I don't have a strong opinion on because I didn't play much of them, so that's not fair. Okay, there we go. Behold, someone with an opinion on KOTOR. Imagine that. For anyone that somehow is in this chat and does not know what KOTOR means, it stands for Knights of the Old Republic. It was the RPG series they did for a period of time. And it became very wildly beloved. I wanted this mask to be a little bit more rounded. Oh dear, I've made a terrible error. Okay. Send it back. There we go. Okay. I'll roll with it, and I can use that as a guide, and I can go out a little bit further if I need to. Oh dear. On that note, Andrew, on that note, favorite movie that you play? Favorite game that's basically not a game? Because I know mine without hesitation. I know exactly what my favorite, like, movie that you play is. I feel like The Last of Us actually had, like, an okay amount of gameplay, though, even though it had a lot of, like, big, long cutscenes. Kind of same thing with, like, Death Stranding. It's like, yeah, there are big, long cutscenes, but, like, it's not mostly Kingdom Hearts Recoded. Alright, listen. It's bad. I know it's bad. I'm not gonna pretend that it's not bad, but it was not a playable movie. There was not... Even if it was a pointless game. Yeah, no. So if I were to pick my favorite movie that you play, Asura's Wrath. Easy. I'm sorry, wait, there was a... Run that back real quick. There's a PlayStation 4 version of 358 Days Over 2. That exists? 358 Days Over 2 wasn't just on the DS? I don't know how to do this arc. Does anyone in chat know what Asura's Wrath is? Now that I brought it up. Funny thing is, I just watched a cutscene from it today. What's that one game with the rain and the dark? Okay, you guys are picking a lot of games that have a lot of actual gameplay in it. Because, like, if that's the measuring stick, then I'm gonna say, like, every Metal Gear game. He'll throw his actual Halo game. Like, you actually, like, that's mostly gameplay. Although it arguably has better cutscenes than most of the, most games in the Halo franchise, other than the Wars games. I mean, the actual, like, proper, like, Halo games. Oh, the one with the rain in the dark. Heavy Rain, probably. Or literally every single Silent Hill game. Which one are you saying yes to? Heavy Rain, okay. Yeah, see, I think any David Cage game is probably a reasonable answer to this question. Heavy Rain, Detroit Become Human. Dying Light is the zombie parkour game. I feel like there's way too much action in that. I feel like there's an argument, not a good one, but an argument to be made for Far Cry 4. If you know why I say that specifically. There is a very specific reason for why I nominate Far Cry 4. No, that was Far Cry 6. Far Cry 4 is the one where you go to the Himalayas to spread your mom's ashes. Hey, Joys. How many FPS? How many frames per second? What, like the stream? Or are we talking first-person shooters? What are you asking? Any of the new Tomb Raider games? I don't have an opinion on the new Tomb Raider games that much. I played a couple of them on Xbox because they were free, and didn't really play them much after that point. Actually, sorry, upon reflection, Joyce, are you asking how many FPS am I animating in? Because if so, I have an apology to make, I guess. That's what I figured. So I'm not animating, or at least I'm not currently. Currently, I'm streaming in 60 FPS, but no, I am making PNGs. I'll show you real quick. So we just did these two, but I am making PNGs of my avatar for YouTube videos. And this one specifically is for a thumbnail, but yeah. Although you can do animation in Fresco, so that is a thing you can do. I haven't dabbled with that much in this application though, so I'm not gonna swear to knowing how well it works, but it is definitely a thing you can do. But yeah, it just occurred to me because some other people that were unaffiliated with the channel entirely, like they weren't subscribed, they didn't know any of the other content, they were just looking for people doing like a drawing stream or just like they really like animation channels and that kind of thing, popped in. And I'm just like, I'm a gaming channel. But like, hey, super happy to have you here. Like, I'm just doing a kind of drawing, chill, and chat stream. Because if it's something I'm going to sit here doing for hours anyway, I might as well do it with you guys. So here we are. We're talking about, well, we've been going around. What do you mean gaming question, like in freaking quotes? Every single video on my channel is either gaming or gaming adjacent. I don't know why I'm bothering to redraw this stupid line in raster when I'm not going to be using the pencil and I'm going to make it a perfectly straight line with vector lines anyway. I don't know what why I'm bothering. What, favorite anime in general, or you asking like, am I going to make a video about an anime or something? Become anime channel. I like, listen, I clearly already have a death wish because I'm a gaming channel. I don't want to make it even worse. Good lord, what am I gonna do here? No. Not in my good Christian Minecraft. Shut the frick up, you guys. No, I would be over on Twitch if I were doing that, making way more money. God, it hurts having standards sometimes. You know what? You're right, Andrew. I should 100% Oh, you're late to the party. Actually, hold on. We already did that. So if I go back to the Kaiba one and we zoom way in, we had a conversation about a cat that was basically our version of Snorlax, and now the ball's in YouTube's court to do what needs to be done. Haha. Whoops. It actually saved with that. Because I need to export these later. Fixed. There we go. Oh boy. My computer is struggling with something. I don't know what it is. I think it's because it's trying to constantly like save and load and other stuff. Unfortunately, I have a mostly air-cooled computer, and the only reason that's unfortunate is because I don't have a dynamic mic, and so it will pick it up if it gets loud enough, especially if I'm talking. And so it's like, oh dear, oh no, oh god. You hear the jet engine going on across the room. This fist does not have to be good. It's a freaking Wojak. So unironically, Andrew, that has been more the plan than you realize. But getting learning how to do all the stuff to be a VTuber myself is a freaking nightmare. I don't feel like dealing with that at the moment. It's also not, like, it's relatively cheap. Technically, it'd be free if I did all of it myself. But also making a 2D model is way harder than making a 3D model, which is why I haven't done it. So, but no, it's like I have 100% thought about becoming a VTuber before. That is absolutely something that's on the table, but not in the cards, if that makes any sense. It's like, yeah, no, considered, completely fine with, not realistic, don't have the money / time. Ow, frick. Oh, God. Oh, I've had my leg, like, crossed, my left leg, like, crossed over with, like, my ankle on my other knee for the longest time, and I just unwound that leg, and it freaking hurt. Oh, God. Anyways, I'm going to cinch this up, because I'm dumb. Just become a VTuber with a stickman model. There's a dude just recently who I saw that did something very similar. His name's Point Given. I think he has a very fun gimmick. I really, really like him. And he definitely has a very, like, turbo cheap model. But that would very much not be on brand for me. So wouldn't make much of anything in the way of contextual sense. Wouldn't that just make him Mr. Game? I love that. That's great. We're just gonna breeze past the brilliant anime femboy VTuber strat. Or, you know, just a pirate. The answer is yes. I'm not loving the drum and bass playlist nearly as much as the EDM one, not gonna lie. Might let it ride for a little bit. The design of my current avatar is not a bug, it is a feature. I'm not changing it. Maybe if you pay for it. I was like, maybe if you gave me a super chat with all that money you don't have. Also, Joyce, I'm not just being a dick. I know who Andrew is in real life. Andrew, you just gonna leave Harrison hanging like that? Just gonna let him be out on his own? Also, all memes aside, thanks Harrison for my actual first super chat. Thank you. I do appreciate that. All joking aside. This has been a very productive stream. I've gotten my first channel member too. This has been a good time. I know the Wojak isn't exactly super on model either, but I don't like how long that arm is. We'll just do this. Also, that reminds me, do I owe you for pizza the last time we played Halo? Or do you just want to split the bill next time? Because I do apologize, I don't know if I offered to help pay. Again, with all the money that I don't have, so that I also don't have, because you know what? We all po' boys out in this chat. To be fair, I guess except for you, Harrison, you're doing fine in terms of work. At least that I'm aware of. You haven't told me that anything's going wrong with your jobs, so I think you're fine. When I get paid such an egregious amount of money that I don't have morals and also don't care about getting banned from the platform that I'm trying to make a living off of. It would end up being on DeviantArt, or like I said, the art tab for wait, what the wait, it says let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. Harrison was the first super. What is that? Harrison, you got robbed, man. What the heck? Hold on, let me click on this. Does it do something? No, it doesn't. What? Wait a minute. Wait, Andrew gets the little sticker with the what? Harrison, you actually just got robbed, man. What in the world? Ooh. It really did. Dude, that sucks. I'm sorry. You're actually not, because I already said it. Which means I think that that might just be lag then. Because I did say it. My $1 is in the mail. The mailman said it's coming next week. Dude, I feel that way too much. I feel that on like a disappointingly emotional level. This is the most off-model thing I've ever drawn, but it's fine because it's meant to be a meme. Oh, hey, Fargon, I didn't actually know you were still here. Have a good night, man. Take care. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. Okay, what time is it? So I think I'm gonna get through all the drawing I wanted to do tonight, but I don't think we're gonna hop on Valhalla because it's going to be, it'll be midnight by the time I'm done this, probably. But still, I got a bunch of stuff done, so that's cool. I had a good time doing it, which is better. Freaking McFly, like, why is McFly not in my chat? Homie says goodbyes. I already gave you one. Tell you what, I will take, I'm going to take the clip and I'm going to upload it as an unlisted video, and I'm going to show it to you tomorrow. I already gave you your uwu. With feeling, too. Unless I, like, really... Unless I've been lagging out and no one's been saying anything. Well, I'm sorry! I'm also not so gullible that I'm just gonna let you... Good night. It's like, I'm also not so gullible that I'm going to give you two for the price of one. I gave you one. And I'm gonna see the two of you this week, if not tomorrow. So I'll like upload a clip of it and then show it to you tomorrow. Because then fine, whatever, fine. Then I guess I owe it for you tomorrow, and you'll get it tomorrow. Finna break out the good old YouTuber, actually. You were the one that asked for it, and then Harrison just gave me money. That's why I specifically was like, hey, Andrew, you just gonna let Harrison dangle out there? He's gonna let him do it by himself? Okay, alright, okay. Then when you paid, then I did it. Well played. I'm no one to judge. Hey, Onyx! Welcome to the stream. Like I said, there was effort. I didn't just say the word. I can uwu properly if necessary. God, Onyx, you came at such a bad time. I'm so sorry. You showed up at a very interesting point in my YouTube career. Done. I'm from the bathroom. So the short version is, Joy's rocked up and asked me about all the animation that I'm not doing, and then asked me when I'm going to start doing not safe for work content. And after some back and forth on that, they started trying to get me to uwu for them, and I said, maybe if you pay me with all that money you don't have. Then two of them paid me, but specifically the important thing is the guy who asked me first did, and I gave them their uwu, but they say I didn't, and so they think they're acting like they're getting cheated. Meanwhile, I think they're trying to play me and getting me to just keep saying uwu on stream, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm getting way too... You know what? I don't... This is fine. I don't have to... I should definitely make a, this is fine, I am fine emote. I should 100% do that. Yeah, and so that aside, I've been drawing for the last 4 hours, making different avatar PNGs for videos and thumbnails, and we've done a Kaiba one, and we did... to get me to say it again? I'm just... Hi, Jimmy. I want to go back to talking about video games I don't know anything about. I miss when I talked about video games on my video game channel. Onyx, you know what? I just explained to you. You explained to Jimmy. Let's do some audience engagement. Oh, good God. Okay. But hey, I'm glad to see you guys are here. Final Fantasy. We were already on Final Fantasy, but I'm fine going back to Final Fantasy. This is okay. This is your terms are you're acceptable. Yeah, are we talking... Oh, so, well, Joy's maybe just had a shower. I don't know. Joy's, I don't know. Maybe, I think Joy's is trying to put me in a position where I need a shower. Or where all of you need a shower. I'm not sure which. Possibly both. Give or take a cigarette or two. Oh, frick. Well, okay, no, they did pay me to say uwu, and then I said uwu, and they're claiming they didn't hear me and demanding I keep saying it. I'm just like, no. But I'm literally going to see Andrew and Harrison tomorrow. So if they're not screwing with me and they actually did not hear it, I'm sure they're going to give me crap, but that's fine because I will bring them a clip of me saying the thing. I should probably pay attention to how far in is. Okay, we're 4 hours in, so the clip's around the 4 hour mark. Good to know. Amen. Who's refusing to pay me? My overlords. Do I know about Five Nights at Freddy's? Yes, I know about Five Nights at Freddy's. If I recall correctly, Markiplier is playing Help Wanted 2 right now, I think. Is where you're going with this that I should just play FNAF and just win at YouTube? Because I am very much not the king of Five Nights at Freddy's. Even though I've seen a slightly embarrassing amount of content on it. That connected so beautifully, but man, this looks so not right. So I'm not going to get rid of it entirely. I'm in the progress of several Final Fantasy games. I even play Minecraft where I'm just putting amethyst everywhere. So what's the... Why can you not see the FNAF movie? Is it like not available in your country? Or is it because MatPat's in it and the news with MatPat's gonna make you sad? Ah. Well, wait, but you can see it with an adult. Like, as long as you have some form of legal guardian, you can go see the FNAF movie. You should be able to anyway. You got it, Andrew. I'll see you, man. Take care. Excuse me. So, I was gonna ask you what's the... why you're just putting amethyst everywhere in a Minecraft world. I was gonna ask is there a specific build you're making? Is it just soothing? You just like the model? Like, what's the goal with the amethyst there? With the geodes. No, that's tomorrow, Harrison. I'll see you, man. Take care. Peace. That is also very funny. The moment that you guys show up is the moment that, like, the other people just leave. They're not leaving because of you. They're leaving because you've replaced them. It's like, oh, thank God, there's someone else for him to talk to. We can leave now. So which Final Fantasy games are you working through at the moment? Okay. I mean, new or not, you're welcome here. Seven, Type 0, 16, and 10. OG 7 or Remake 7? I have a buddy of mine that loved the remake so much that he actually like went back and now he's playing the OG one for the first time, and that's been very fun to hear about. Oh, on the virtual console. Okay. How are you liking it? How far in are you? Excuse me. I know there are a bunch of FNAF books, but at this point, the only one that I'm actually like familiar with in any meaningful capacity is Silver Eyes, which is old, relatively speaking. I know, but I haven't been like in the FNAF community for a hot minute. Like, I've been following it more or less, but like I haven't been like keeping up with it. I generally like that arc, but I don't like this. So Onyx, I'm assuming you're gonna get Rebirth when it comes out. You mean like one of the like the forest mansions you can find, like the Pillager mansion? I'm 100% going to get Rebirth. And honestly, I'm gonna borrow a friend's copy of Crisis Core to review, because my review of Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade has been the gift that keeps on giving. Like, technically speaking, depending on your perspective, it is my most successful video ever, because it's the only video that I've uploaded that is now like 2 years old that still gets views. And it's now, it went from having like 600 views when I uploaded it to now being like one of my top 5 most viewed videos literally ever. And so I'd be so dumb to not keep reviewing those games. So is it just a money problem then? You just can't afford to buy Intergrade? Because I'm assuming you've played Remake, because you say you like it, so I'm assuming you played the original and you just haven't played all the stuff with Yuffie yet. Hmm. Do you have a PC that could run it? Because you might get luckier if you were to go and try getting it on Steam instead and find it on a Steam sale. Hmm. Well, I mean, okay, well, to be fair, you could be on your phone, so I guess I don't know that. But my point is, like, could your PC run Intergrade? Do you think? Because that's how I got it. I got it on PC. And that was what my review was for. Was the PC edition of the game. Yeah, fair. Games are chonky. They are not small. No you don't. You can play with controller. You don't need I'm not gonna say you don't need a mouse and keyboard, because obviously you need to get to the game somehow, but like, you don't have to play it with mouse and keyboard if you don't want to. Crap. I need to zoom this out. Oh, no I don't. How? You plug in a wired controller to a USB port. So I actually used an Xbox One SCUF controller. It was a micro USB to USB 3, I think. And that was connected to my computer. You can also go on Steam and it should tell you which controllers it's compatible with. So it might be compatible with DualSense if you have a PS5 controller. I'm not gonna swear to that because Sony's a little bit funkier. You gotta imagine it's Microsoft controllers on PC versus Sony controllers. And so it makes a lot of sense that it's like you have a Windows PC, you know, you're running Microsoft stuff on your computer already. You know, it makes sense that it can read a Microsoft / Xbox branded controller. But yeah, look into that 100%, because I did not play it with mouse and keyboard. I played it on controller, the whole thing, including the Intergrade stuff. So yeah, no problem, man. But I'm probably gonna get, what's it called? I'm gonna get Crisis Core or borrow Crisis Core for PS5, and I'm going to review that. I'm going to try having that review out and done and put that out on the same day as Rebirth launches. What's up? What genre of music do I like the most? Hello, Denise. Welcome to the chat. Good to have you. What genre of music do I like the most? I bounce around, but I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I like all music, because that's both an incredibly lame answer, and that's not gonna answer anything. So what I listen to the most is definitely rock and metal. However, I also listen to a huge amount of EDM, which is why it's very convenient in the case of the Stream Beats playlists that I'm using right now. And then on top of that, I'll listen to some rap, but more like, how do I put it? More like industrial or new metal kind of rap. So more Linkin Park, Mike Shinoda. And then there is some actual rap I listen to. I will listen to some Tech Nine and some Eminem and some NF. Recently, my music tastes have been changing a lot because I go through a lot of phases. Where it's just like, oh, I want to listen to something, you know, I want to just listen to like heavy stuff. So whether I'm listening to rock or metal or not, I'll be listening to like, say, heavy dubstep or something like that. And then I'll go back to other phases where it's like, okay, well now I'm going to listen to more acoustic stuff and more lo-fi stuff. And now I'm in a phase. I'm in an actual music phase right now where this is not normal in terms of what I listen to. It's not my usual shtick at all. But thanks to God of War Ragnarok, I am currently having a Norse phase. I am in Viking mode right now. It is a weird thing where I've discovered bands I'd never heard of on total accident. And I'm way more into it than I ever expected to be at all. Okay. Motionless in White is one of mine. I'm a fan. I like Motionless. Oh dear. Oh shoot, I've made errors. I've made mistakes. That's fine. I can fix this. Give me this. There we go. Hey Stella. Welcome to the chat. Nice to see you. We are on our last drawing for the night, and we're talking about music now. So we've been all over the stinking place. You know what? Tell you what, Onyx, because you've been asking. Also, hey Joyce, welcome back. Onyx, here you go. Hold on. I can't play anything because I'll get copyright claimed into outer space, but I'm just gonna pull up my on repeat. So, currently some of the bands in my on repeat, I will say I also have been recently listening to a lot of video game soundtracks and video game covers. Usually, like mostly rock and metal. So like, Shady Cicada, Rashadi B, Toxic Eternity, Family Jewels. But also in terms of quote unquote regular bands, Sleep Token, Breaking Benjamin, All Time Low, Story of the Year. And in terms of EDM stuff, been listening to Fox Stevenson, where Where, what is that? Sorry, it's across the other side of my everything. Yeah, my mic is nowhere near the thing I'm reading. I should really just bring it onto the monitor in front of me. I'm dumb. Let's see. Oh, Crown the Empire too. I forgot about them. Gray and Facading. I've also been listening to. I do like My Chemical Romance, yes. But I have not been listening to them recently. I listened to them a lot last year. I definitely had an MCR phase last year, 100%. They came back around for me. Excuse me. I had to... I had... Oh my gosh. So I had a coworker at the restaurant I was working at last year. We got talking about music because we had a band playing. And there was a dude who brought up Teenagers by My Chemical Romance. And just as a joke, I don't even mean this. This was just like as a joke. I was like, I like Teenagers better when it was called Pumped Up Kicks. And he didn't get the joke. And it was like me and another like coworker had to explain to him what Teenagers was about. And he was not prepared. He never got the read at all on what Teenagers as a song was about. That was a good day at work. Which one? Teenagers or Pumped Up Kicks? Or both? Also, heaven forbid I am so sorry if you're a teacher. Because that would make a lot of sense that it traumatized you. Oh shoot, I don't actually... I feel really, really dumb right now. Oh, right. I remember... I have to go back to the other ones. I remember I screwed up the shirt color last time, too. I'm stupid. My brain is a stinky. I mean, the only problem with that is I'm not an animation channel. I'm not even an art channel. Like, this is off-brand technically. Like, I'm a graphic designer IRL, so that's why I'm doing this, is why I have the skill set. But what in the world? Why did it default to shapes? What was that? But like, it wouldn't make any sense in terms of a content collaboration. I mean, yeah, I can draw, but that's not the content that I'm known for. So like, maybe if I just did it on his channel, but even then, like, that wouldn't bring... It wouldn't bring any of my subscribers over to his channel, and it wouldn't bring any of his subscribers over to mine. Like, it wouldn't serve the purpose of a collaboration in terms of, like, us growing each other, because we're not even in the same niche. Although if I were to make, like, a dedicated art channel, which I might, actually... then that would make a lot more sense. Because I would love to diversify and do other stuff. The problem is I have to be able to do it full time. I would love to do Lone Wolf EX as the gaming channel full time. My next thing as like a project that I'm probably going to start this year is called LX Long Plays. and it's going to be like my full playthroughs of the games that I review. And the one that I've been tossing around as an idea is a compilation, a huge, massive video of like every single boss that I've beaten in a given year, and have that as like part of the January roundup for next year. I want to make a food channel, like a lot, because I've worked as a cook professionally multiple times, and like I do this art stuff like for my channels already, and so I might as well like branch out and do that. I just don't have the time to spread out right now. Like I'm currently putting all of my like time, talent, treasure into Lone Wolf EX. Like very specifically just like the main channel. You need good food options you don't know about. Well, what do you know about? What are you working around? Like, do you, like... Yeah, I guess just what are you looking for? That's not enough information for me to give you any sort of answer, excuse me. You mean, like, is it stuff that's just, like, really, really easy to cook for someone that doesn't know how to cook? Stuff that's really cheap? Stuff that's healthy, in which case we need to define what healthy means. Need to try just new foods. In middle school, I would have pump cup kicks playing so loud I got in trouble. Oh, man. Did like the teachers and the like principals and stuff know what the song was, or was it just like disturbing the peace? Like people just they were getting mad at you because you were just playing music way too loud? All the staff gangsta until the quiet kid in the back starts playing pumped up kicks on full volume. That's awful, but it is really funny. Oh my gosh. That's... Dude. So wait, so you got punished not by the school, you got punished by your parents. So it's not like you got suspended or anything like that, or like got detention. They just told your parents and your parents grounded you? Oof. I mean, ripperoons for the fact that, like, you got in trouble in general, but, like, kind of based to the school. Like, I think it's always better to... Well, I say always, unless the parents never do anything, but, like, I think it's always better to leave disciplinary measures to, you know, the parents of the kid, rather than just, you know, complain that the school's not doing anything. Oh, I'm so dumb. I just, that's fine-ish. Not all I wanted to do, but that's, we live in, it's fine. No worries. I mean, you didn't say all teachers. You never said all teachers. I mean, it's fine. Just, like, use earbuds. Because honestly, like, IMO, the reason you should have gotten in trouble isn't at all, like, the fact that it's like, oh, it's this specific song. It's just, don't be annoying to other people. The reason why you got in trouble is the part that makes it funny. Yo, Onyx, listen. I'm the one streaming. I'm the content creator whose channel you're currently visiting. I'm the only one at threat of getting canceled here. Like, unless you're causing beef with someone in chat, I wouldn't, or with me, I wouldn't say you need to clarify to, like, cover your bases. But I guess it's not a bad practice, so I'm not gonna be like, don't do that. It's like, no, you're fine. Oh, good lord. Why? That's super on me. That is 100% on me for not locking this layer. Because that should have all happened on this layer. Which begs the question, what part of this is... Okay, cool. No, we're good. We're good. I made mistake. I'm sorry if I caused this. I need to take some responsibility. You haven't caused anything. Also, I'm gonna... I don't mean to be rude, but, like, sincere question. Is English your first language? Oh. Oh, no! Wait, so this was an accident? So, like, your headphones, like, ran out of battery or disconnected or whatever, and then your phone, like, was already, your phone was already, like, turned to max volume from earlier, like, from the day before or something. Oh no, Stella! Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that is the worst. It like, oh, I remember something similar like that happening where, you know, I had wired headphones at the time and it would, like the headphones would like snag on a door handle or something and like rip out of my phone. And then whatever song I was listening to would just be blasting. That's the worst. I'm so sorry you got in trouble for that specifically. Oh man. Yeah, no, there's no part of that that's on you, then that just sucks. Yikes. I need to zoom out and get the darker skin tone. So Onyx, you mentioned that you listen to a lot of electronic. Well, yeah, you listen to some electronic and mostly like rock and metal and that kind of stuff. You ever listen to any sort of industrial, anything like Cell Dweller before? Or Blue Stolly? Okay, cool. No, but you like 9 Inch. Okay, gotcha. Well, highly recommend IMO. We were talking earlier about Need for Speed Most Wanted, and there was kind of this thing I had to accept of like so much of my like taste in music, especially early on, was just defined by Need for Speed Most Wanted. Disturbed, Cell Dweller, hold on, I think this song's having a stroke. You know, something I'm actually curious. I wonder if how much I could get away with playing video game music, because it is technically, I guess that it just completely comes down to if anybody cares. Because it is technically copyrighted, but it doesn't get reinforced like ever. That's why you can use it in videos. Gonna hop over to lo-fi and just vibe. Okay, here's a real question. Adam Gontier, like era 3 Days Grace or newer 3 Days Grace? What in the world? Something on my arm. Alright, show this now. Oh, what the? Oh no, I'm sorry. Saw something wrong. Yeah, no, we just need to do the outline, and that's about it. Cool. You. Shoot, come on. Yo, Onyx, if you're there, I asked, which 3 Days Grace? Okay, got it. That is the correct answer. Matt's not bad, but he just cannot replace Adam. Yeah, sorry, there's a delay. Well, I don't know if you took so long or if this was a YouTube thing, so don't blame yourself. It's fine, man. Don't worry about it. Yeah, there were songs, excuse me, there were songs all the way back from 1X that made it into my, like, my, what's it called? I forget what my Wrapped last year. Oh, okay. Did we just get it stuck in your head now, Stella? Oh, okay, gotcha. That's funny it worked out that way, though. On the topic of metal, though, I've been to a couple concerts in the last year. I saw Ice Nine Kills twice. They were in both sets, which absolutely killed it in concert. Love those guys. I saw Slaughter to Prevail. Saw Falling in Reverse. Trying to think what else. New Year's Day. In This Moment. And I think it's gonna be one more. Oh yeah, Crown the Empire. Yeah, saw Crown the Empire. They were the opener for the Falling in Reverse concert. Which honestly, I really want to see them again, but I want to see them on their own kit. Because I think that they definitely got hurt by the fact that it was not their setup. I thought you would. I thought you'd love Slaughter to Prevail. They definitely had the best stage energy. I'll give them that 100%. Transform. Uh-oh. What is the issue here? Yeah, I'm well freaking aware. Shut up. Okay, that is what I'm seeing is the... There we go. I'm seeing the sketch layer. That was the problem. Which is why I should just blind that layer to begin with, so I don't have to worry about it. And a little bit more. There we go. Not all the way over, but most of the way over. The only problem was that in person, you couldn't understand literally anything. And that's not because of the screaming, it's because of everything else. Like their mixing strategy was just max everything, which like is great in a meme context, but for like actually listening to music kind of sucks. And so it's like the moment that they would hit the, like, hit a drop on any of their songs, you could not hear anything. It was just a freaking Monster Jam rally. Like, you just felt it in your chest and heard nothing. That's why I loved listening to Baba Yaga. Because Baba Yaga has, like, an extended period of vocals with no backing anything. It's just, it's just Alex Terrible. And that was awesome. Yeah, Slaughter. Like, unironically, when Slaughter hit their drops, it sounded like the Zawarudo sound from freaking, from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I feel like they would do better with an outdoor venue. It was an indoor venue, so that might be part of the problem. But, eh. Shoot. I don't remember which this was on. What? Oh, I bet that means it was on both. Ah, it's not a big deal. It's only going to save what's on the canvas, so it doesn't matter that much. So, blind that. Blind this. And then... I'll just make a white rectangle, I guess. And that should do it. Just make a new layer underneath everything. Yeah, sure. Shove it all the way down there. Why not? I don't know about... I don't know. The language... maybe this is just a me thing, but the language barrier never really bothered me in terms of... honestly, almost any kind of metal. I really like Wild Ways, speaking of Russian metal. They remind me a lot of, like, Wage War or Bad Omens, but Russian. It's like, no English whatsoever, but I still think they're a dope band. I don't actually know TX2, Stella. Sorry to be ignorant. I don't want to do... I guess it doesn't really matter. I can just do anything here. Basic. Yeah, just a big flat one. That's freaking useless. It's sideways. 90, please. Oh, shoot. Really? Okay. Is it because of pressure dynamics? What's the deal there? Taper. Yeah, it's both. Okay, got it. That. Okay, cool. There we go. Don't mind me as I casually treat a drawing application like Illustrator. I've got the very unfortunate and distinct impression that the lines that I have drawn are not straight. Oh, no. I feel like there was a way to just tap point to point. I feel like that's possible, and I just don't remember how to do it. Yeah, it does not work that way. At least not that I'm recalling. Hold up. Hey, there we go. Rectangle. Okay, yep, that'll fix everything. We'll just go hit undo on everything until it all goes away. And then we rectangle. We rectangle for our lives. Yep, that is so not straight. Oops. It's not that bad. It's not that big of a problem. It's not that bad. If I can transform it, I can't. Okay, but nah. All right, well, let's make just another. Oh, what in the? I can make multiple of these. I did not know that. Says the guy who's literally never used the selection tool in this way at all. Fill with vector, please. Alright, and I'm pretty sure I can just get away with rotating it a little bit. If I can just... Can I please just rotate it like a singular degree? That'd be tight. I would love that for me right now. Really? Even if I zoom it all the way in, it still snaps into place. That sucks. Okay. Not a huge fan of that. Whatever. This is how we do then. Make it flat. It's going to go up beyond where I want it to, but that's fine because I can just go and erase it. Try digital art. It's not. It doesn't. Okay, listen. I'm gonna defend your honor here for a second. My opinion, it's not easy. And I'm not saying that to like, you know, to try and boast. Like, I needed the current drawing tablet that I currently have, like the one that I just got for this past Christmas as a gift, because I was not capable of drawing with digital art, really. Like actually like drawing without like a nice screen tablet. It was super unintuitive for me. It did not work. And like I graduated in this. I majored as a visual arts major. Like I graduated with a bachelor's in graphic design. And so it's like Photoshop, Illustrator, you know, Publisher, InDesign, all that good jazz. I had to do 3D modeling, like with ZBrush, and Substance Painter and all this other crap. Like, I have a digital art background, but drawing and doing like quote unquote actual just digital art, not intuitive. It feels really unnatural. I cannot do it unless I can see that there's like a cursor underneath the bottom of my pen. Because if I don't, if I try doing it like with a mouse, you know, or even if I do it with like a really cheap Wacom tablet, which is what I had for college, I can't get past the cognitive dissonance of I'm drawing down here in front of me and where the art is appearing is over on a screen up there. I couldn't get past that. Just really weird for someone that is trying to like play video games for a living, but like that hand-eye coordination was not there. The way that I used to do this was I would hand draw this. This is why, like, drawing like this has condensed this process from like 8 steps down to like 3 or 4. The way I used to make my avatar PNGs is I would draw them by hand. I would sketch them on paper off of a reference on my computer monitor. And then I would ink it. I would refine that draft. Then I would draw an ink drawing over top of that. Then I would have to take a picture of that with my phone. I would have to email it to myself, download the picture from the email, put that into Adobe Illustrator, and trace it in Illustrator. Now it's just, I have reference, I make draw. It's like, even if it takes exactly the same amount of time, which it doesn't always, but even if it takes the same, you know, if it takes 2 hours to do, or what, you know, for example, it is a much more tolerable time. It's a much more tolerable 2 hours. It's a much less annoying. It feels a lot less like a drag. Because there came a point where I realized, like, there were some mistakes with other avatar PNGs that I had done, where like the head was too big on one of the pointing ones, and I was just like, I'm gonna go back and fix that. And then I fixed like a couple other things from like already finished PNGs, already finished drawings, and I was just like, I now remember why I stopped doing this. Because it was such a slog. It was such a drag. Even if it wasn't anything complicated, it was just a pain in the butt to do. Now I get to actually just properly just draw, and it's so much better. So it doesn't work for everybody. For me, the big fix was just, yeah. Try to make purple guy like from memory. Are you like Jimmy B's sister? It's funny how that worked out. Purple guy. Well, actually, well, hold on. If we're gonna be really pedantic about it, I'd have to do it in raster. Yeah, like if we're doing pixel art is not a thing I do in here. You're not freehanding pixel art. But purple guy was pretty dark shade of purple. But if I recall, it was head forward, so body back here. The legs are mostly straight up and down. He wasn't super wide. He did, however, have shoulders, so he came down, there were the shoulders, went down. He had, the one hand had the phone in it. I remember that. I'd have to go and make outlines for this so it doesn't look awful. Yeah, no, Illustrator allows you to just draw like nothing but straight lines. To be fair, I can kind of cheat and just hold this here and then it'll make it a straight line. Oh, it let go. What the heck? That was very strange. Tell you what, I'm gonna pull up purple guy and see how long this takes. Purple guy, FNAF, images, default purple guy. So I'm not doing this from memory. Do I have color number? I can get the color number. That's not that hard. Like, it also depends on which iteration of purple guy, I guess. I'm thinking the default one with the phone and the badge is what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna draw purple guy. Also, hey, Jimmy B. Try to make purple guy. He's literally 3 colors, technically. He's 4 colors, because if you count black and white as individual colors. But he is that shade of purple. And then he's black and white with the almost like, what would I call that? Like a goldenrod yellow for the badge. Hang on, this is not that hard. Purple Man sprite. Hex codes. Bring to me mine purple guy. Where was this? Where did I save it to? Here it is. Hex code, give me circle of thing. Circle, hex code. And And color. Oh, actually, am I even doing this via hex? I don't think I'm doing this through hex. I'm doing this via RGB. I don't think I can use hexadecimal code. Go figure, I have the hex code. Next to RGB. Oh, there we go. It gives me RGBs. That's fine. All right, we can use that then. Color wheel. I swear I just saw. Am I brain damaged? There we go. I was like, I swear I had RGB. Okay. It is. Let me just see the numbers. All right. Give. Give and don't go away. Thank you. That's really stinking close, but not quite. 143. That is the exact shade of purple guy. There we go. What time is it for me? It is just after midnight. So if we're not gonna hold me to, I have to draw the pixel art style, and I can draw like him in general, because again, I would not draw purple guy on fresco. I would 100% do in yeah, I would 100% do it in Illustrator, not this, but whatever. I will make his head square even though it isn't. Oh, it's... Oh, you mean 11:12 a.m. I don't want that close in. Shoot, come on. Make it straight, thank you. Close enough. No, I'm talking about, oh, I misread names, I'm sorry. Jimmy, what time is it for you? You said it's daytime, what time? I just saw the message and didn't see who it was from. I saw the 11:12 and then it's day for me, and I thought you meant 11:12 a.m. It does pop out a little bit here. I'm not gonna draw all of this blocky, I swear. I'm just doing the head that way. 3:13 p.m. Okay, so you're 9 hours behind me. I don't actually know. I think that, wouldn't that put you in like Eastern Europe? I could be remembering that entirely incorrectly, but I thought that Europe was back in time from us. I also just realized how huge I've made his head. Hold on, I'm going to... I don't have the space to draw something that big. Yeah. Now. I am somewhere else. I know you are, because you're not here. Alright, so let's fill purple guy's head there, and I will go out and then, what, really? Okay. Out. Why? Draw here, frick. What is wrong with this thing? Oh, because it's defaulting to the wrong brush type. Okay. Okay, Onyx, take care. Have a good night. Thanks so much for stopping by. Then we're down to the body, which goes mostly over here and goes mostly straight down. Then it comes out. See you soon. That's ominous. Unless you know each other in real life, and then it's not that weird. That's too much. Go back. I need to go down to where that little ledge there is, and then go over. And go down. Go back out again, then go down again. Yeah, something like that. Straight out for a little bit. And here he's holding the phone, which I'm going to at least draw a little bit so it doesn't look weird. The nice thing about purple guy is he's literally all one shade of purple. So I can just fill in the purple and it will not cause any issues. Unless I'm really dumb and I did not fill this in correctly and none of the lines actually overlap, and then everything's going to be purple for a minute. Alright, and that's his hand slash phone thing, whatever. I'll make both of those diagonals, because screw that. A little less than the same length as the line above it. Then here, and then most of the way down. And then over just a little bit more, and then down a little more. Straight, thank you. And then rectangle. Ish. Mostly rectangle. Okay. This is too long. In and then down. Then in again. Then down again. Mostly. Shoot, come on. And over and then down. But that's not touching, so we can fix that. Yep, and that was what I was afraid of. All right. What part of purple guy is not touching the rest of the purple guy? That's obviously all touching. There it is. Well, that's one. Let's just check real quick and see if there's more. That presumably is all touching. That is all touching. Bang. Heyo. How goes it, Jeremy? We're finished drawing everything I was going to draw, and well, long story short, I've been subject to a bunch of FNAF fans. So here I am making a very quick drawing of purple guy because Stella said that she struggled for 4 hours to draw purple guy, I think, if I'm not misinterpreting what she said. So I found the exact code for the purple of purple guy, and I'm making a quick purple guy. I am so sorry. I was like, that was not meant as an insult if I completely misread the room on that one, but if I didn't, I'm so sorry. Go straight, please, thank you. Down a little, then over, and then down again. This is just so wonky because I'm doing this in so the wrong application for it. And then, it's not quite the height of that bump out there. So here's a cheat to find the right purple. I guess it depends on what you're using. If you're using MS Paint, I don't know any, but if you have anything that's using either hex code for, which is the thing that has a little hashtag or pound sign next to it, and then a bunch of numbers and letters, or RGB, meaning red, green, blue, then a way you can kind of cheat this is exactly what I just did, which is you download an image of purple guy, or whatever image you want to replicate the color of. And so you just download it and just make sure you know where it is. And then you go onto a website called Color Code Finder, and it will allow you to basically upload an image to Color Code Finder, and then you just run your cursor over it, and it'll tell you the exact hex code and the exact RGB values you need to get that exact color. So I literally got a PNG of purple guy from like FNAF 2, and then that's how I got the color for purple guy. Also, forgot about this. So, do. You are welcome. Pro tips from a former art student. I say former like I'm not still learning new things. Just I'm teaching more or less myself now. Speaking of color... okay. Is it 8? I think. Oh, I was close. I was close. I missed one number. It's 58. Oi, hey, you didn't have to out me like that. You didn't have to do that to me. Yeah, so that's definitely a story that I'll tell on a stream with more people at some point, is our buddy Aram, when we were together, like when we lived together in college, the fact that like we were driving, and it was while we were driving that he apparently, I don't know how, but somehow for the first time ever learned that I am colorblind, and lost it because he was panicking on the fact that it's like, first of all, how did I even get my license? Second, it's like, how do you know which light to, you know, stop at or go? How do you, like, how do stop signs stand out to you? And all this other stuff. And he's like freaking out. And it's like, I can make you a rational argument for all of his questions. But the main point that ultimately is the real answer is that there are different kinds of color blindness, and he didn't know that, which is really funny. That's almost worse. It's like, I don't know what's worse. The fact that he did not know one of his closest friends was colorblind, or the fact that, oh shoot, hold on, I cannot use black for this. I'm dumb. I can use the... It doesn't matter, I can just use this. Just any color, any other color. The fact that like one of his one of his best friends is colorblind, or the fact that he didn't know that there's more than one kind of colorblind. If you're wondering why I'm making his eyes this color, don't worry about it. It's not gonna stay that way. That's not what I need. I do need, however, need this. I need to see the, thank you. There we go. Just need to see the color wheel. Okay. And that is your very discount purple guy in like, what was that? That was your extremely discount purple guy in like 20 minutes. Sorry, I lied. We were actually talking for so long, I just realized it's been an hour. Well, whatever. I want to talk about it. I'm a big Nightmare Before Christmas fan. My friend's a FNAF fan, and they asked me to draw purple guy. Shut up, Jeremy. Which, by the way, so Stella, I hope you're happy with your purple guy. So we did 3 poses, and I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I'm gonna call it, and I'm not gonna go and play Valhalla tonight. But we did 3 things. So the 3 new poses were defeated. We started on Kaiba, the Exodia Obliterate one, and we have a nice little, tiny little story arc. Daniel was in here earlier, and he put some emotes into chat, and it was a cat initially, like just poking its head out of a box, and then the second one was the cat standing up out of the box, and we started talking about what if the cat is like Snorlax from the Pokemon games, where like each generation he gets slowly closer and closer and closer to standing all the way up. And so we made this little guy, and I think I speak for all of us when I say that YouTube, balls in your court. We need the third cat emoji, and if we don't get the third cat emoji, I might make it. Just to, like, for so anyone that's a member can have the cat. Because the other 2 are just in the keyboard or whatever, I guess, like whatever the chat keyboard is. So I will make the 3rd evolution of the cat. Which incidentally, this doesn't really matter because there's literally only the 3 of us in chat, but I guess I'll mention to you guys. I have been putting a bunch of work into setting up channel memberships and Patreon, and as part of the channel memberships, you will also get you'll get something next to your name as a loyalty badge that'll like indicate you, and that will upgrade and evolve with time, and so you'll go through the tier lists like you do with my games that I review, but also you'll get emotes that I made myself. And so currently there's 4, because that's all that I'm allowed to make if we have no members, and now we have 1 member, Benny M fan, which they're definitely not still in here, but that was awesome, and they became my first member. And so currently the 4 are different narrators. There's shocked, there's angry, there's approving, and there's sad are the 4. And so I was thinking like the first 10 will probably just be all my different wolf emotes. It'll just be all the different narrator emotions. But I think we need this. We need a whole lot of that in our lives right now. But yeah, and in terms of chatting, covered a lot of ground. It's been a fun stream. Talked a lot about music, taught a shocking amount about Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually. And only a brief stint about video games. So now I know how Trash Taste feels, where it's like, we're an anime podcast, spends literally the entire time except for 10 minutes talking about anything that's not anime. I'm a gaming channel, spends 30 minutes of 5 hours talking about video games. I say that, we talking about Five Nights at Freddy's, but whatever. So, hold on a second here. There we go. So, I think that's gonna do it. So, thank you guys so much for dropping in, especially if you were new. I really appreciate you. And I'm definitely gonna do this more because this went super well. And, again, if I'm gonna be doing this, like, I'm gonna be drawing anyway, I might as well do it with you guys. So, thank you guys so much for watching, and in the meantime, I've been LoneWolfEX, and I will see you, yes, you, next time. Good night.